Ah, oh, that repeated when I changed screens. Whatever. Hello, Lynn. Hello, Saya. Hello, Jenny. And thank you for the resubscription, Holly. Ah. Hello, Connor Fitzpat. Welcome to the stream. I start the game now. I probably should have just opened it earlier, but that's fine. Likewise. What? Capture should just pick up the game. There we go. Okay. There we go. Oh, nice. Kaya is one of my girlfriends. Also, yeah, sure did, Lynn. It's very funny how you got to send a message before the subscription even hit. But thank you for the resubscription. Oh no, I mean Karya is one of my girlfriends. I am dating her. Same with Lynn. Let me turn the game volume up on my end. I think I turned it down because I was playing something else at some point. Let me move my monitor a little because it's a little turned. The main menu theme is really good in this. Let's see. Why did it do that? Hello? My stream deck is a little janky. Also, hello, Cream Soda Gal. Give me a second to open. I think the problem is that I think OBS 28 might have changed hotkeys, how they work. Cause no, actually I have literally 0 hotkeys. Why does this then? Oh, no, it did it that time. Okay. If you're wondering what was happening, I was pressing my reset position button for my model, and for some reason it went to the starting soon screen. I just pressed it again though, and it worked like normal. So I don't know what happened there, but something sure did. But yeah, we're at the start of year 3. We're gonna turn 13 like next month, I think, or maybe over the month change. I don't entirely know how birthdays work, because sometimes you'll get dialogue for them in the first month, but sometimes you get them in the second month. But yeah, we have a lot of stuff to do. Let me open my little guides on the side again. At biting you. I don't like Disney. So good for them, I guess. Okay, there's the romance guide, there's the birthdays guide. There's that guide. Salia. Let me just check that I have everything. Oh gosh, I realize now I might need persuasion skills for something later. Oh no. Oh no, it's Persuasion 50 or Rebellion 70. Okay, that's fine. I have enough Rebellion. That'll be fine. Okay, gosh, I have a lot to keep track of. For all of these endings that we can do in this, like, multi-run. I do have some persuasion challenges I have to do later. But I think those should be fine because they're just challenges, not checks. They're card challenges. So, like, I get a bonus if I have higher persuasion, but I should be able to just do them with the cards I have. Okay. I'm pretty sure I can do, like, literally all of these things in one run because I just need to get friendship for most of these. Okay. I can do that ending. And I can do those. This is all too much for my little puppy brain to keep track of. I hope you know this. There's 29 endings, and I'm trying to do all the 9 special ones. And it hurts my little puppy brain. Wow. Hello, Evie. How are you? Tweets. Gosh. One of these things, it's not an ending, but it is an achievement. I think I'm gonna have to do, like, a run just for this one. I don't know, Jenny. I should be able to keep track of all of it. The problem is just, like, kind of figuring out how to do all of them at once. Because, like, I individually know how to do all of these things, right? But since I'm trying to get as many of them possible in one, like, save, it gets a little murky. Okay, I think I can do this achievement, actually. There was one I was just saying I think I might have to do a run for, but if I get friendship up with Cal enough, I should be able to do it. Which I should be able to, yeah. If we're already at 34, we can get to 80 friendship by the time I need to. Which, I don't really want to do this achievement, so I'll just load after I get it, because it's not like a good story thing, but... I mean, oh, true. You can give him cake on his birthday as well for extra. And, like, I can work at Geoponics for friendship, but at current, there's not really any stats we can get from Geoponics I care for. Besides maybe getting toughness to 33 for the perk. Tangent is standing still with her face up to the sky, letting blue snowflakes land on her cheeks. They melt almost immediately. She doesn't move as you approach. After a minute, she winces and rubs her eyes. It stings, she says, because it's made of acid. Acid snow. Tange nods. Professor Howell says it isn't harmful. It's an important part of the natural cycle here. Freezes at 12 degrees Celsius and turns into tiny crystals so heavy they fall from the clouds. You can see them under a microscope. Sticks her tongue out and lets some of the flakes fall on it. Tastes kind of sour, but sweet, she observes. Fascinating. Also, interestingly, I think this dialogue is the same whether Hal dies or not. Tange pulls a sample jar out of her coat. Know what it's made of, but our understanding is incomplete, she says, and places the jar in an outcropping of rocks. Big mushrooms changed in shape and color before the snow began to fall. I wonder, is there some sort of signal that precedes the changing of the seasons? What happens if I expose samples collected in dust season to snow from quiet season? A small, excited smile creeps across Tange's face. So much to learn about this planet. I can't wait. Oh, this is different, I think, though. You and your brother are so much alike. Tange narrows her eyes. Yes, we used to get that a lot, she says. Guess it's still true if you think sneaking out of the colony is the same as valid scientific research. She frowns at you. So dumb, she mutters and shoves her hands under her arms. He only cares about feelings, especially his own. If only you knew what he was doing. He is researching everything too, dummy. Okay, gosh. I guess I should explore because, I have the heroic bonus. I think I have... Redditor girl, fuck off. No, biting you. Also, she gets much better. She's just a kid. We're gonna relax on the walls, because it gets us friendship with this. After the first attack on the colony, I added lookout towers to the walls. Now you have a place to hang out if you don't feel like working, because it's all the way up here. No adults are gonna come by and ask you to run any errands for them. On rainy days, you take shelter under the pavilions, listen to the pitter-patter of warm raindrops on the grass roof. You can do whatever you want. This is the life. It's a good place to study. Pack your holoculars. Wall is a great vantage point to examine the wild jungle outside the colony. Your independent study even counts toward class credits without having to actually be in class. Oh, hey, Solana Des pops his head up a nearby ladder and looks surprised to see anyone else here. Do you mind if I sit here too? Sure, there's plenty of room. Two of you dangle your feet off the side and watch the valley below. Des shuffles a little uncomfortably and doesn't say much. What if this was his private spot to be alone before you discovered it? I guess we'll get rid of that because we're nearing the point where 1 cards are a little annoying. You wake up from your latest recurring dream. Monster crushing colony gates and stampeding through the square. Try different strategies every night. This time, you ran away from it and hid. Worked out a lot better than the dreams where you try to fight it. When you wake up, there are tears drying on your face. Felt real enough that, for a moment, you just lie in bed with your eyes closed and try to calm your breathing. You blearily rub your eyes and... Surprise! Oh, it's your birthday. Dad leaps onto your bed and gives you a big cuddle. Happy birthday, little tomato head. 12 years old. Wow, can you believe it? Did I get the years wrong? I could have swore we were in year 3. I guess because the first year doesn't count? Huh. I'm not changing the title. I don't care. I don't care enough, at least. Year 3 is 12, yeah, because the first year, even though you're 10, you don't, grow up. It starts on your birthday, I guess. Little confusing. Let's see. Oh, are these just... Oh, yes, these are just gear. 2 teen years old. No, your mom answers for you, laughing as she hands you your presents. Just yesterday, Antecedent was showing me how to change your diaper. Because it's your birthday, your parents have brought in food from the canteen, so you can all eat together on your bed. So you stuff your face with savory tofu chunks. You open your presents. Which one is your favorite? Bouquet of exotic flowers from your mom. Stuffed xenofauna from your dad. And a photo for your best friend. I don't actually know what the White Astrania does. It's a 0 card, so it must have some other use in the story, but I don't think it's a requirement for any endings. Also, it's an orange card? Or an orange gear? Huh. I wonder what that means, because I'm not sure if I've seen an orange item. Yeah, it's a gear. Oh, it's a consumable? What does it even do then? I think we currently have more red cards. We are gonna get some yellow cards, I think, but currently we have more red cards. Talked to the Nano printer, the pattern based off of pictures from expeditions, your dad says, watching you play with it. Call it a Spectroraptor, he continues. See, it looks like it's wearing glasses on top of its 5 eyes. Said that's because its lenses are outside of its eyeballs. Isn't that wild? Nothing like that on Earth. So your dad clears away the wrapping paper and the dishes from your breakfast. Mom folds her hands on the table and gives you a serious look. Uh-oh. So, she says, been here 2 years now. No, your dad and I have always said you're in charge of your schedule, but we've been keeping an eye on you. A loving eye, your dad interjects, stuffing wrapping paper in another recycler bin, pickup bin. Trusting, gentle eye. Professor Hal tells us you're trying hard in school, your mom continues. It's great. Dad and I are really proud of you. Working might seem fun and grown up when you're a kid. If you want to do more than manual labor, you need some book smarts too. It's always funny when they say they've been keeping an eye on you if you've been doing exploring. Because you have no idea where I've been. You know I've been out because I saved someone, but I think these just give us plus checks. Bravery you never really need to up. There's no bravery checks that you don't just get naturally. This is one of the career endings. Yeah, I also saw them yell at Lynn. Because all Lynn did was sports ball too. But since I try to get engineering up, I get enough classes that they like me. This gets us empathy, which I actually might want to get a little up. I could get my reasoning to 33 though here. Your dad joins you again, so it's time to start thinking about how you're going to contribute to the colony when you're older. At the look on your face, he laughs. Don't worry, we're not going to make you get a job right now. Just asking, what do you want to be when you grow up? I could also get biology, but it's so low that a bonus to it right now doesn't really matter. I could get toughness up as well to get it to 33. I guess we'll do toughness, because I'm not going to do terribly many things to up that. In your mind, sports ball captain is a big important job, maybe even more important than governor. Dad laughs indulgently. Sure thing, kiddo, whatever you want. Oh, does that actually not give you any skills? Is that just for the careers? Huh. Interesting. Hello, Rally. Well, your mom starts to get up. I'm sure your friends all want to wish you a happy birthday. Stops and snaps her fingers. Oh, might not have considered a career as a depot clerk, but Alan Brody mentioned their daughter Mars is working there. She needs some help. Now that people can freely order luxuries, it's pretty busy there. Hey, I've never gotten this dialogue. I guess it's because I haven't done any depot stuff yet? Sure beats shoveling dirt, your dad laughs. If you don't take that job, you tell Mars will be right there. Mom rolls her eyes and smiles. You could say Monster Hunter, yeah. Okay, yeah, it seems the way birthdays work is it technically happens when you first roll over. And then the actual birthday stuff happens in the second month. Tammy beams when she sees you like there's nothing better in the world than the sight of your face. Happy birthday, Solana says, she exclaims. comes in for her annual birthday hug, throwing her arms around you and giving a great big squeeze. Here, I got you this. Steps back and reaches into one of the many deep pockets of her dress, producing a little paper box. Made you this, she laughs, opening it to reveal a little snack-sized cake. It's only a soy cake, but it's soy cake made just for you. Take a bite. Okay, tastes just like a regular soy cake too. Tammy did what she could with what the colony has. Tammy watches you eat the cake with a look of delighted satisfaction. You can share it if you want, she hints, smiling sweetly if that would make you happy. Tammy laughs. I was just kidding. I made my own silly Billy. She laughs, pulling out a second box. Let's eat them together. I know we've already seen that dialogue, but... I would spend the first 2 months doing other things, because I need to get friendship up with Cal. I need to get engineering. I need to get maybe a little bit of yellow, and I need to get organizing. But we have the bravery bonus, or the heroic bonus, which means that I get a +1 to all physical increases for the next 2 months. So we're gonna do that. Hot-eyes can be dangerous as numbers, as we've learned in the past, but they're also small and can hide in the underbrush. Don't even realize they've surrounded you until they come at you all once from every side. Yeah, because that counts as a straight since the value is wild. Okay. There we go. I think I could... No, I couldn't get a straight. Hello, Caitlin. How Jinglies. How I don't think I can get a straight here. I'm so bad at math. What? And then we get +2. And we get another +2 in each of these. Cute little critters kick you, but you kick back, send them scurrying back off to pick on smaller creatures than you. And then we get toughness. Red cards get +1 in all physical challenges. Oh, that's very good. I don't even need the little plushie anymore, actually. This is true, Caitlin. I don't know how to do math. Hey, 30. And that was the best score. Okay, Lynn, I love you. Have good blood work. Always need plushie because plushie soft. Perhaps. Settle in and watch behind a strand of mush trees. Unisaur looks up towards you, startled by your movement. Try to hold perfectly still and quiet your breathing. After a tense moment, it goes back to its business. Okay, we've seen this one. Let me check my gear. Gain 1 less stress is pretty good. Oh, plus skill reward is really good though. I'll have to try to remember to swap that back when we do engineering, because +1 skill is really good. Find Dis sitting on a large flat rock in a hilltop, eating a sandwich and looking totally at home, far from the colony walls. Join him quietly. Sit down next to Dis and get out your own lunch. Some soy cheese cubes and crackers from the cafeteria. Listen to the jungle sounds and think how nice it is to be in the free. How nice it is just to be free and in the open, not confined to a tiny box hurtling through space. Quite out of the blue, the rock you're both sitting on stands up and starts to walk down the hill. Oh, okay. Crouch and look over the edge of the rock. A couple meters off the ground, balancing on spindly legs like a spider's. 8, 10 of them evenly spaced. Realize the rock has eyes at regular points, which you'd mistaken for shiny black pebbles embedded in the stone. One of them swivels up to stare at you. Gulp and try not to scream. Disc gets shakily to his feet, trying to keep his balance as the creature under you slowly clambers forward, grabs your hand to help you up. This is a really good card, though, in certain circumstances. It gives you plus 10 stress every time you play it, though, so it's like pretty circumstantial. Wahoo! Best score. Swallow hard and control your fear. Barely, actually, this is kind of neat. This seems calm too. You hold hands to steady yourselves as the living rock totters along under you. After a minute, the creature crouches down to look at something, and the two of you jump off. As soon as you're safe, a flood of adrenaline hits you. Wow, you could have died, maybe. Impressed that Disc kept his cool, and you tell him so. Actually, he says, I was kind of freaking out inside. Laugh and say you were too. It's funny, Disc might suck with people, but he's kind of a badass when it comes to non-people things. Whoa, real? Maybe that's why we're friends with him. We keep exploring. Some farmland is spilled outside the walls. Fields don't look like they're doing very well. Nobody's around right now. In fact, it looks a little bit abandoned. Nothing's growing here anymore. There isn't even enough for animals to graze on. This gives us biology, but also a little bit of stress. Just a kid playing at being a farmer. You mess around for a few hours planting some things that look like seeds, but it's unlikely any of them will actually grow here. Muck hides interesting bugs and other treasures for those willing to put their hands down the right holes. Who are you? Peek inside that hole. Looks dark, +2 perception. Look closer. Stuck your hands down enough holes to know this. This one's probably safe. Can't hear anything rustling around in there. Put your hand in there. Sweet, literally. Hole is full of sugar bugs. Palm-sized balls of squish exude a sweet syrup when you tickle them. Fill a bottle with it and let them go again. Should be worth a few kudos to Auntie Seaton in the kitchens. Also, I really only just realized, like, recently that, Auntie Seaton is because her name is Antecedent, and the kids can't pronounce it, which they say earlier, is they say antecedent because they can't pronounce it. But I never put 2 and 2 together that antecedent is antecedent. I only realized that recently. Unseen path dips under your feet, engulfing you to the hip in a large drift of fresh spark snow. Lose a boot while floundering in the snowbank and have to spend some time digging it out. God, we're at the point where all of our cards are really good. Close. You tunnel through the weird snow, popping your head up at regular intervals to see where you're going. Some funny creatures pop out of the snow to say hello. Look like pill bugs and are only about the size of your thumbnail. Appear to be eating the snow, not you, so you leave them alone. This is 100% AI generated art. But it is by the main artist for the game. Meili Chow is the main artist. But that's 100% AI generated. Every so often, they square up with each other and emit a tiny burst of flames. Can't tell if it's intimidation tactic or mating display. He heard the snow is flammable. Neat. Jenny is cute, yeah. I think we touch one here. Yeah, we get some bravery. Strolling along the path, when suddenly everything goes quiet. Wilderness is never quiet. There's always insect noises, chirping of reptiles. Even the wind in the trees has gone entirely silent. Something unnatural about this place. Good enough. Oh, because that's a 2, 3, 4, 5 straight. Okay, I see. Wahoo! Walk through the quiet area, then the noise starts up again. Mystery will have to remain unsolved. Spooky. I wonder if that's a stat check. Because some of the events require, like, you to have, like, enough engineering or stuff to just figure it out. So I wonder if I had, like, enough, like, biology or animals, if I would have figured that out. Pat. I think we've already seen that one. +2 bravery and +2 perception and 1 friendship. Oh, new friendship with this. This is sitting in the bed of one of the expedition vehicles. I think we might have enough engineering for this. If it's an engineering check. Ah! Thank you. I'm a little out of practice, but... Also, wow, as soon as you said that, my throat got a little rough. Des is sitting in the bed of one of the expedition vehicles, tinkering with a bit of tech. Tries to hide it when he sees you, but it's in so many pieces that it only manages to shove some behind him before he gives up and glares at you mistrustfully. What do you want? Gosh, we only have 30 friendship with him at this point. I feel like we would have more regularly. What are you doing? Just squints at you. Promise you won't tell me, he says. Promise. They weren't using it, he starts, already sounding defensive as he turns the biggest piece of the device over in his hands. Just sitting there in command, so when they weren't looking, I took it. And no one noticed. He seems excited about this fact. Yeah, we have enough engineering. I think it's part of a communication device, he says thoughtfully, so I'm trying to figure out how it works. I want to talk to the aliens. But wait, what if you tried this? Just watches you intently as you reassemble the pieces of the communication device. Hand it back to him and he flicks it on, and it crackles to life with a roar of static. Des almost drops it in shock. I don't think I've seen this before, even though I had engineering and friendship with this before. Forward. Go out. How many? 4 over. Des looks at you with wide eyes. He's smiling. Expression looks weird on his face, almost manic. Did you hear that? He says, practically vibrating with excitement. Those were words, I swear. Aliens are real. They're out there. I don't know what these do. Yeah, probably. Just holds the device to his chest and strokes it. I knew it, he whispers. I knew it. God, he's cute. People on Earth used to use stuff like this. Think that it could pick up the voice of ghosts, Dis says. It's probably just radio waves, so I figure if I'm looking for radio waves, aliens have to exist, he continues quietly but with great conviction. They have to. Can't have this much life on a planet without some of it being smart like we are. Sighs. Just want to talk to them, he says. Maybe I'd fit in more with aliens than I do here. Anything is possible. Just nods and looks outward into the mushroom forest. I know you're just trying to be nice, he says quietly. Even if you think we're really alone out here and you're just trying to make me feel better, or lying to make me feel better, it's still nice. We need to relax again. So I'm gonna relax on the walls because we get friendship. Run into Cal and an enemy on the hill behind the garrison at a small construction site. Seem to be throwing logs. A bunch of them lying at the bottom of the hill. It's a caber toss, an enemy shouts to you, then grunts with the effort of lifting a 6-meter long mush tree pole. Throws it like a javelin down the hill and sprints after it. My best record, she shouts, and ties a piece of caution tape to the end of the pole. Your turn next, Cal says, pointing to the neatly stacked pile of construction poles beside you. From the looks of the nearby construction, there probably does be a new lookout tower someday. I tried to choose a thicker, heavier one before, and then I got shitty rolls and failed. But I have a bunch of 5 cards this time, so I might actually be able to get it. Challenge mood, wee you. Cal makes a noise like a siren. Shouts down to an enemy. Solana says he's gonna throw a big one, so you better get out of the landing zone. Pole isn't actually that heavy, but its length makes it hard to balance. Struggle to get underneath it with your knees bent. This is gonna be tough. I think we should be able to do this relatively easily. It's a big goal, but I think we'll be okay. Yeah, we should be fine here. Yeah! Yeah, that's funny, Salia. That was the best score, too. No super goal. Pole sails down the hill past all the other poles, coming to rest sticking out of the ground. Wow, you beat my best distance, an enemy says when she jogs back up. Players can't beat each other in mushwood toss, Cal corrects her. You can only beat their own high scores. But you get 2, no 3 bonus point if it sticks out of the ground like that. Play for the rest of the afternoon, adding rules and variations as you go. Don't stop until the entire stack of poles are in a jumble at the bottom of the hill and decorated festively with caution tape. It's a wonder you got away with this. Forget the baby card. Okay, and now it's early pollen. We don't have that birthday yet. Get an egg key. Do I have enough bravery? Yeah, I do. Okay. I'm just checking some things I have to keep track of. Okay. I don't have to worry too hard about a lot of this stuff until later. But I do need to get Cal's friendship. But I also do kind of need to get Dis's. Okay. Wow. Okay, yeah, we still don't have to worry about stuff for like another stream or so. Cream Soda Gal, thank you for the follow. I don't know. I think I'm fine keeping track of all this stuff, but sometimes I'm like, wait, am I missing anything? I feel like I'm missing something. And I don't think I am, but it feels like I am. Gosh. Okay, have good food. Thank you. Okay, I was trying to look up one of the romances for like a polyamory, but I don't think it matters if we do the polyamory at all. It would just be a choice. We can still get 100 friendship with the people, and I don't think it's any sort of achievement for it, so that's fine. We can date whoever we want. Okay. And it doesn't affect endings. We do need to get friendship high enough with someone specifically for the endings, though. So... interesting, Salia. Also, desktop Steam has logged me out again, or browser Steam. Why? Okay. 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 I still feel like I'm missing something, but I think that's just puppy ADHD. I think I'm fine. I just feel like missing something, but I not. I'm pretty sure I not. How, I once over everything again. Okay, I should be fine. I should be fine. Okay. Tangent is deep in conversation with one of the other scientists. Seems to be consoling her, though Tangent's face betrays no emotion as he claps her on the shoulder, reassured that she's doing really well for someone so young. Everyone compromised some of their samples when they were first learning. Leaves, and Tangent sighs as she goes to put her head in her hands, stopping short when she realizes she's still wearing gloves. Peels them off and digs her fingers into her eyes. What's up, Tange? Tange grimaces. Just great. Well, I compromised an experiment I was working on, because the vent was still open when I was spraying the workstation down with sanitizer. She sniffs. It's so gross here, she says. Probably did that fungus a favor. Tangent takes a bottle of sanitizer from under her workbench and cleans while she speaks. Pollen spores everywhere, she whines. Comes over here and tells me it'll be okay, Tange, like it's his job to console and patronize me. Hate being patronized too. Both sigh in unison. Hate being young, she says bitterly. Why don't they understand that we have higher expectations for ourselves than I do? I need to learn from my own failures. What I don't need, she continues icily, someone to pat me on the head and tell me it's okay and the adults will make it all better. I messed up, she says. Just let me fix it. Don't make a big deal about it like I'm a child with a boo-boo. So I don't think there's anything specific with exploring that we can get right now. It could get friendship. I could just get engineering up to 66 though. Bullet Club, thank you for the follow. I really need to figure out a way to turn those down on my end. They scare me every time. So this is friendship with Cal. Yeah, friendship with everyone we want it to be at is about the same. Doing engineering will get us some with Tange. I kind of want life sciences for biology, especially because if we get biology up enough, we can get xenobotany at geoponics, which will also give us friendship with Cal. So Solanace, can you come see me in class? Professor Hal pulls you aside in the hall, congruent sliding along beside him. Follow him cautiously. Don't worry, he smiles. You're not in trouble. Far from it, in fact. Grabs your hand and shakes it firmly. I never thanked you for saving my life, he chuckles. Professor Hal and can I change my gear right now? Nope. Professor Hal and I are very grateful for your bravery, Congruent says. Should have been in the creche, just this once. It's good you disobeyed orders. Did they find the thing that attacked you? Hal looks unsure. No. But Congruence filled the engineering wing with sulfuric fluoride for a few days. Fumigated the place. Hopefully that got it, whatever it was. Hal winks. Good thing you were helping me in the classroom when the attack started, right? Laughs and leans back against his desk. Inadvertently sitting on something that pops and gives us a shower of acrid-smelling sparks. Whoops, he says, leaping away from his desk. Danger lurks everywhere, Solana say. Keep your head on a swivel. I think that's the best we can do. Apparently not. I'm not good at math. Dad comes back from work one day looking seriously under the weather. He's pale with deep circles under his eyes and he keeps sneezing. It's fine, he insists. It's just all this pollen in the air. It's gunking up the old air tubes. You remember hay fever, Flulu? Always got it back on Earth, too. Mom frowns and crosses her arms. We did, she agrees. So why isn't it bothering me? You're a lot tougher than me, Sweet Pea, your dad says. Mom rolls her eyes. Sure, I just have to get used to it like you did. Hello, there's never enough DACA. I don't think you can jettison yourself out of the airlock because we're on a planet. You could when you were in space, but I don't think they would have let you. Maybe we'll go for a stroll outside the gates later. Really get a good lungful of the stuff. Feel bad for a few weeks, but after that I'll be fine. Mom raises both eyebrows. Outside the gates. You. Dad shrugs, then he falls into a fit of sneezing and can't answer. Mom directs him to go lie down on their bed. Need rest, not machismo, she scolds him. Achoo. Dad sneezes, a macho bone in my body, foo-foo. I have to fertilize the corn and the pixie beans this week. It's funny they're talking about pixie beans, because I'm not sure if those actually, come up in this playthrough, since we have geoponics. All of the stuff. Your mom grunts. Your dad pulls a handkerchief from his pocket, sneezes into it a few times. Big yelling honk sneezes that echo through your whole quarters. Pulls it away from his face, and you can tell that something's wrong. Your dad says weakly, holding the handkerchief away from his face. It's bright fuchsia pink and glittering in the light. That's weird. His eyes roll back in his head, his knees buckle, and your mom yells for you to call incidents. Oh, we get a past life choice here. Chief Engineer Instance takes your dad vitals and gives him a cursory look over. Seems satisfied with what she sees, without having to do a thorough examination. Explorers have started calling this the shimmer, she says, shining a light down your dad's throat. It's looking a little better, but not much. It's an airborne experimental toxin, likely in the pollen fog. It's way more dangerous than you think. Dreamed about this. It's super duper dangerous. Dad just gets more and more sick every year. He could die if he's not careful. There's no need to panic, Instance says dismissively. Dad is in excellent health otherwise. Right. You're only 12. You remember being older when he... The adults are so stubborn. They're not going to listen to you. And even if they did, the shimmer's still out there. You can't keep your dad inside forever. You're going to have to find a cure. Done it before. You can do it again. Time to go see Tang and Instance in engineering. Even after one day of bed rest, your dad is looking a lot better. He's clearly anxious to get back out into the fields. You're gonna love this new crop, Solana say. It's called a pixie bean. Glow in the dark. He's already pulling on his boots. Fields look so beautiful at night. So happy that we finally found something that would actually grow here that isn't soy, and more soy. Again, this dialogue doesn't change, even though it should. Because we're growing a lot more earth plants here since they survived. I wish these choices, I get it's because you're a kid and people are going to be dismissive of you, but I wish these choices, you actually got to say why they're bad. Because, you can say, Dad, pixie beans are dangerous, but, we know why they're dangerous. They fuck with your endocrine system, make your hormonal levels go crazy. But of course we're not going to say that. Dreamed about these beans. They make people act all funny, then they get sick. Dad laughs. Someone's been reading too many weird Hollow novels before bed, Solana say. Says, ruffling your hair. Don't you worry about it, my little tomato. I've been studying them since we landed, including eating them. Gestures broadly to himself. Look at me. I'm in great health. Need rebellion less than 90 for this check. Whoa. Oh. I don't think this check changes much, but this is interesting. Plant-based HRT, kind of. Also, hello, Bat. It's more like a plant-based, amplifier. It makes your hormones, go higher. It doesn't change them. This world does have canon trans characters, though. Tange specifically is a trans girl, and she went through gene therapy. Instead of, HRT. What is with no one believing you? Just because they're dreams doesn't mean they're not real. Dad is acting pretty strange. Maybe it's just the shimmer brain. Remember the pixie beans mostly affected the teenagers. You wish you could remember more. So apparently if I have rebellion less than 90, I could probably make the whole pixie bean thing not happen. But Dad... No buts, your dad says. I'm certain the pixie beans are the future of our food supply. Even your mom agrees. Look over at your mom, trying to get her into your side. She barely looks up from her hollow screen. Let's see. Mid-pollen. No birthdays. Okay. I like the music here. Hollow Palm pulses with a message from Tange. Hello, Solana say. If you're not occupied, could I ask for your assistance in the lab? Thank you in advance, Tangent. Typical Tange, but her asking for help is something rare that you can't help but head over right away. Find her hunched over a spectrometer, making notes on a holo screen. Oh, you're here, she says, blinking rapidly. Looks like she's been wide awake for days, wrinkled, a little shiny. Wild-eyed look of someone who needs a cup of black tea. Came as soon as I could. Researching the shimmer, the respiratory illness some people report during pollen, she says. Loath to admit it, but I need your assistance. Takes 4 vials with swabs inside, puts them into your hands. Recent saliva samples from both you and your father, she says. Must be a reason why he's so susceptible to the shimmer when you're not. Share half your genetic code with him. There must be some marker we can compare between the 2 samples. Then, she continues, pulling another vial from a rack of test tubes. Minister this to yourselves. Wait 3 days and take the samples again. Tests should be able to determine if anything, if your body chemistry has changed. Tange looks at you very seriously, cutting through her bleary expression. Something going on here, she whispers. I sit up. Something really, really big. I've begun to realize it's about more than curing a disease. She squeezes your hand so hard it almost hurts. Blocking the secrets of the shimmer, who it affects, and why, lead to a greater understanding of all life on Vertemna. Knowledge. Knowledge is more than power, Solana say. It's control. Okay, I'll do it. Thank you, Tange says. I've been researching so hard I think my eyes are going to fall on my head. For what? Well, for the end of a debilitating disease, a pretty good reason. Tange just shakes her head at herself before you can answer. We're at a disadvantage here, she mutters. We're fighting blind. We need to understand this planet. We're going to get it under control. Tammy is sitting on a little stool in the sun, reading a fairy tale picture book on her hollow palm. She sighs. Okay, she hesitates. Just that, look at all these pictures of these princes and princesses. Princes are always the taller ones, but I'm so big. I'm taller than Cal. How can he be my prince if I'm bigger than him? We don't really need friendship with Tammy, but we do need it with Cal. It's true, Tammy's the tallest kid you know. Taller than the boys, even Cal, who's a year older. No, she and Cal are close friends, but you never thought of him as her prince before. They're all so sweet. Being tall is awesome. List off all the things you can think of. You reach high things and hit rad spikes in sports ball. See over people's heads in a crowd, plus you tell her tall people give the most amazing hugs. Goes to the bait and gives you a big hug. Thanks, Solana say. You're a good friend. I think if we say he'll catch up, it gives her +1 confidence, which getting confidence is fine. We just need friendship with Cal. We could alternatively, just not get, remove a bunch of confidence to do the thing we're trying to do. But, I'm gonna do the nicer way, which is just friendship with Cal. I don't know if we have to study engineering or study life sciences to get the shimmer cure thing, but we do have to do something in engineering. Okay, no. It's just anything in engineering. Tangent stops you on the way to class. Solana say, heading to life sciences. Good. Could use your help with something, actually. Salia, it's confidence in Cal specifically. I'm working with Chief Engineer Instance in the biolab. Give me a hand with it. I'm sure she'll give you credit for the class. Of course I'll help. Honestly, admits Tange. Just need somebody to label petri dishes and move them from the cooler to different machines. Hop-Eye could do it. Instance is staring unfocused at her hollow eyes. She processes the results of the scans. Tange goes and stands behind her, pulling up the scan on her own hollow palm. Confer quietly while you wait. Sounds like they're studying the shimmer, the mysterious illness some colonists get during pollen every year, including your dad. Instance looks up at you as if just noticing your existence. Yes, +1 Tammy's confidence is the +1 to, Cal's. It's her confidence in Cal. It's to do with their relationship. Solana, she says, we've been studying samples from some of the colonists who get sick during pollen, including your dad. Some of the stuff in his lungs, it's some kind of fungus. I think the shimmer is a form of reproduction, Tange explains. Like a fungus trying to turn us into more fungus like it. It's really neat, actually. Yeah, neat. Spend the rest of the week helping them study the illness. Mostly this involves following instructions doing, as Tange loves to repeat, jobs a Hop-Eye could do. Nothing beats hands-on experience, though. It would be easier if we had an actual sample of the fungus, Instance remarks. Working with some biological samples. Forensic word for snot. But according to them, the fungus is all mixed in with human cells. Instance has spent a lot of time in vert space trying to disconnect the two in her models. Where could I find a sample? Most useful reports have been from foragers returning from the Valley of Vertigo, she tells you. The pollen is thick all year. Might be a good place to start. Oh, can I just get them the cure without getting the sample? Tangent and Chief Engineer Instance have been hard at work in the lab trying to find a cure for the shimmer disease. Come to realize you remember how to cure the shimmer. Can't tell them it comes from your dreams, but you know the cause from nightmares of fungal topiaries, and you know the cure. Think you do anyway. Subtly guide them to the cure. Offer to help and nudge the research in the right direction. Due to what looks like a series of happy accidents, you achieve a breakthrough in a matter of weeks that would have taken years. Sunlight. Okay, you can't just skip having to get the sample next year. Because, like, they're like, hey, you can get a sample, but you can only get it in year 3. Well, technically year 4, age 13. Because you only unlock the exploration then. Try inoculations, antibiotics, antifungal creams, but what finally works is a high-intensity light treatment, mimicking the full force of the sun's daring dust, coupled with an injection to increase its potency. Of course, Tange exclaims. Fungus colonizes animal life during pollen. Some succumb to it, but the intense light of dust scourges the fungus from the survivors. It's all part of the natural cycle. Treatment works on samples. Now to test it on a subject. You know it works. Test it on yourself. I already know the treatment works and is safe, but you have to test it on someone to prove it. At least this way you look like a badass. Open a triple-locked research room and pass through an airlock. Don't have your envirosuit on, but that's the point. A strong dose of this fungus in your lungs. The small room is filled with a shimmer fungus. It's growing on everything. Floor and the walls and on lumpy shapes that were some kind of biological matter once. It's all just fungus, violet and shiny. Breathe deeply, marveling in the feeling of soupy, dangerous air infiltrating your body. Tange watches safely from behind the thick plexiglass. You can't tell if she's jealous or impressed. Next, you slide into light therapy machine to bask in the nice warm light for a while. You even have a nap. Dr. Instance takes your vitals and runs samples of your fluids through various machines. She's excruciatingly thorough, but after a few days, she concludes the treatment is a success. Still carry a high fungal load, but its effects have been nullified with the light therapy. Remarkable, Instance says, going over your findings. Now that we have a frontline therapy, we can begin treating the population to prevent the fungus from taking hold. Ah, hello, Manic. I sit up, beast. She looks over at Tange. Solana says discovery will be of great help with our other research. Expand tangent might be crossed. You got the credit. She nods, looking pleased. Just thankful that no one was killed. Not your father or anyone else. Your colony is safe from the shimmer. That could have been... Oh, I know how that could have been better. Whoops. Yeah, I could have gotten that a lot better by using the 5 card. Late pollen. Tammy's birthday. Do we have any yellow flowers? No. I could give her cake, but I really need to save that. Can give her medicinal roots, because she likes those. They're not her favorite, but she likes them. Remembered my birthday, Tim exclaims. Thank you so much, Slonase. We should also just be giving gifts ambiently to, the people we know when it's not their birthday. Because, you can only give one gift per season. So, like, as long as it's not their birthday, you can kind of just give them whatever you want. Food! Cal grabs the fruit out of your hands and remembers his manners. Gives you a big hug. Thanks, Lanase. I'm starving. How did you know? Hello, my little tomato. Your dad's voice rings out across the fields, hale and hearty. Don't have in yourself to be embarrassed, not during pollen. Not with the memory of him struggling to breathe so fresh in your mind. It's very funny, because, like, we figured out he was like dying from the pollen and then solved it in the very same season. So this dialogue is a little off. Also, mood Jenny. Food good. Would make Jenny a meal. Would bake cookies with Jenny. Coming to check on your old man, he teases you. Takes a deep breath, holds it. Lets it all out comfortably. Doing great. No congestion, no sneezing. I definitely don't want to take a hike outside the walls. Dad pulls you in a big hike, ruffling your hair. It smells like sunshine and dirt and sweat. Never been happier to breathe it all in. He's alive. Proud of you, he says quietly. You can pull off miracles, kiddo. Also, like, this makes me a little emotional, and I teared up a little. But I'm really glad that in this game, that none of the special endings require, like, everyone dying. Because, like, you know, you can save everyone in the game. But also, like, you could just not. You could just not save anyone at all. Like, you could make that choice. And luckily, that doesn't do anything. I would be really upset if I had to watch everyone die. Especially because I've already seen some of the scenes. And I don't want to see them again. And I've never directly seen the dad dying scene, but I've seen screenshots of it and stuff, and I don't wanna. So I'm very glad I don't have to. Also, yeah, Jenny could bake, I have a recipe saved for some strawberry cookies. They're almost like sugar cookies, but they're a little different, more shortbready, and then they have strawberry in them. And I made them for a tea party I went to once. And those are fun to make. Also, yeah, there's no assholes right now. And even then, there's some assholes later, but like, they're not that bad. That everyone is really prickly until 1, they get older, and 2, you become friends with them. Even the people that are like kind of dicks, if you just befriend them a little, it's fine. I'm gonna try to get my biology up so I can unlock Xenobotany. Should have known better, Tangent, you hear as you walk past the laboratory. Curious, you listen at the door. Chief Engineer Instant sighs. It only went well, but your presumption has cost us 3 months of work. And simply look at an experiment and change the parameters to your liking. Getting results is not the same as doing good science. Findings, however scientifically interesting, are useless to us without methodology. Fuck, I can pronounce that word normally. My brain is being bad, though. Methodological underpinnings. That'd be interesting, Jen. I should maybe try to make pumpkin cookies since I've been getting them from the store. Maybe I should try to make my own. Tanja's response is more subdued than you've ever heard her before. I'm sorry, Chief Engineer, she mumbles. Looking down at the floor, recognize the error of my ways. Hi, Lynn. I love you. Calls Instance Chief Engineer here even though Hal is alive. It does, doesn't it? Funny. Should hope so, Instance replies, pinching the bridge of her nose and her fingers. Expect you in the lab first thing tomorrow morning. I'll personally supervise your work and resetting the experiment. Is Hal Chief Engineer? I think he is at the start. Oh, nice, Jenny. Also, Yalin? Oh no. Mine is free, because I have Medicaid. Luckily, being poor means I get state insurance. Flatten against the wall, and they 100% cover all of my hormone stuff. Like, my Planned Parenthood visits cost $0, and so do my hormones. It's really nice. Flatten against the wall as an instant breezes past you, barely giving you a second look as she strides down the hallway. Poke your head inside the laboratory where Tange scowls and wipes her eyes. What do you want? I'm glad we've been doing enough engineering before this kicked in. Oh, that makes sense, Lynn. I think I offered before, but I will help you with trying to get your social security name fixed if you want. To be fair, you can probably do it on your own because it's just going there. But if you want help, I can try. I'm usually good at finding all this stuff. I mean, you can do it, yes. But like I said, if you want help, I'm happy to provide. Also, Jenny, the good thing about Planned Parenthood is, like I said, on my Medicaid, they cover everything. 100%. Also, you don't have to go through Planned Parenthood. You can go through, dedicated places. Depends on your location, but there are, dedicated clinics. I think there's one in Colorado that used to be something else, but is now just a clinic. My experience with Planned Parenthood is at least very nice. They're nice for me. So that's why I go there. And I got HRT with them on my 18th birthday. As soon as I turned 18 was when I scheduled my first well, I actually scheduled it before I turned 18, but I was like, fuck it. Just schedule my appointment with Planned Parenthood on the first day I could possibly ever do it since it's informed consent. And so I even got my hormones the same day. So my HRT anniversary is my birthday. Be better the second time around. Tange nods. You're right. First experiment was plagued by inefficiencies, she says, pushing herself off the lab bench. So why I changed in the first place? New experiment, I can eliminate those inefficiencies from the start. Also, I'm not sure what the help tangent stat does. I don't think it affects the tangent things later on, because those are friendship-based, not helping-based. Thank you, Exodollonist. You may have saved me 3 months of work. Losing the data was my fault. Tange continues. I wanted to prove I'm not the little kid from biology class. Ready to work hard and really make great discoveries. I wonder if what class she says changes depending on what you are going to. I think it might be biology all the time, which would make sense. She does biology more than engineering and stuff, but you get friendship with all of the classes. Is Kyria streaming? I did not know. $11:02, yeah. Doing Spyber, ma'am. It's because she's doing a collab again, yeah. Dr. Instance has always been there for me. When I was a kid and now, with my mother gone. She's the only adult in this colony who sees what I could become, she says. She believes that I can be better than what I am. It's always been that way. I just really want to impress her. You will. Tange hums in agreement. I certainly hope so. Oh, I forgot to put my fucking gear on again. They really need to let you swap gears during challenges, because, it's so hard to remember, too. I don't know if we could do better. We could technically do better by getting, like... by putting, like, this 8 here, you know? But, like, I don't really care. I'd rather just do all blue. At least during the dialogue and stuff. It depends what kind of dialogue. If it's an event, no. You cannot swap them during an event. Like, I'm sure you can swap them when you go into a class, but if you get, like, pulled aside before a class, that counts as an event and you can't. Reasoning level 1, okay. Whose birthday is it? An enemy. Okay. Should be able to, yeah, that would be nice. Cool, thanks, an enemy says, taking egg. I guess it is my birthday this week. I kind of forgot. And that gets us up to friendship 20. Which, I would like to have friendship with an enemy for very, very later in the run. But I don't know if it's gonna happen. An enemy hump egg, yeah. Trying to think of what to do. Probably just get biology up to 30. So we can get, xenobotany, so we can get friendship with Cal. This week in biology class, you're learning about predators and prey. Professor Hal brings up a picture of a hot eye on the holoprojector and asks, who can tell me what special thing hot eyes do when they see a predator? Change's hand shoots up. They hop away very quickly. That's why we call it a hop eye. Oh, I forgot about this card. This card isn't great. Especially since I already have robot power. It's a card that makes a duplicate when drawn. And so does robot power. So sometimes you can just fill your entire deck with kind of low value cards on accident. It's true, but not what I was getting at. Tange stammers and looks upset, like she can't believe she got something wrong. Poor Tange. It's kind of how I was in school, because I was very autistic. And I was like, I knew a lot more than like the classes I was in. So I always knew the answers. She's the same. Hal scans the class again. Anyone else? Alana say, thump on the ground to warn others. Seen hop eyes do it out in the wild, and you know they're very communal animals. One wouldn't run away without warning the others first. Then they all hop away very quickly. That's right, Hal smiles. Alana say sounds like she might have met one before. I say as I'm like hiding one in my backpack. Chance gives you an appraising look. Maybe she didn't expect this from you. Yeah, see, I just got a bunch of duplicate cards. That's probably as high as we can get. I don't know how we would get better. Yeah. +4 biology, wow. It's time for the 3rd annual Vertinalia Festival. Gather with your family in the Colony Square. Yeah, because this happens like mid-dusk, but early dusk. Gather with your family in the Colony Square. Everyone takes a seat as Governor Utica approaches the stage. She folds her hands and serenely addresses the crowd. What a pleasure to address you all today as your governor, she says, looking as pleased as she ever does. Under 3 years, we built a colony of which we can be truly proud. While we suffered hardships and losses, we remain standing as always, looking forward to the future we are building together. Let us use this midsummer festival as a time to reflect on our many blessings, Utica continues. Fresh water, good food, healthy children, and a strong community. Look around at the crowd, your friends, your parents, and the other adults who have been in the background radiation of your entire life. These are the closest human beings around for light years. They all hear, ah! They're all your family. I also tear up a little. I'd like to formally recognize our youngest council member ever, Utopia, representing Expeditions. Udicott gestures for Utopia and Uncle Tonin to join her on stage. Thank you. I need to drink a little. Thank you, Melatonin, for your years of service as head of Expeditions. Tonin get... Jeez. Tonin gives Utopia's shoulder a squeeze. Utopia's been ready for this since we landed. We're staying back to work the comms from here, so I'm always a call away if you need me. Yeah, if you save Tonin, he's like, I'm gonna stop doing this. I'm gonna just, like, stay inside with my kid. Udicott invites the rest of the council to stand, be recognized among the crowd, including your mom, who huffs in annoyance. When the applause dies down and the council sits, Utopia remains standing. Actually, Auntie Udicott, now mind if I just make a quick announcement? I don't think she... Or no, she does this normally. Udicott nods and Utopia clears her throat. Just wanted to say thanks to y'all who would trust me with this job, she says, her clear voice ringing out over the crowd. Cheer rises from Expeditions, emotions for them to quiet down. Uncle Tone has left some big shoes to fill, and well, I'm gonna give it my best. Yeah, I'm not sure if they really wrote it, but yeah. Been finding some mighty interesting stuff out there, she continues. As we fly further, we're seeing some kind of magnetic interference when trying to send word back to Colony Prime. We're doing well out there, and we'll get the kinks worked out soon. She bends down to hug the governor. She leaves the stage. Thank you, Utopia, Udicott says warmly. Thank you to the rest of the council. Let's see, can I doubt I can change it here, but can I please? Fuck you. Thank you to the rest of the council for their service. Live music starts playing, Udicott smiles, and now it's time for games and feasting. Crowd disperses towards the feasting table, clearing the area of chairs so the children's competition be held. Which will you do this year? Science fair. Tangent's project involves how the various gliders work, something to do with the materials they're made of, from reacting with the magnetic field of the planet, combined with solar energy collected from the wings. Hello, Mish. How are you? Turn out, only zoning back when Tange stumbles through one of the judge's technical questions. Catch her look of pain and frustration as she realizes she doesn't know the answer. Tange's experiment is a tray of lumpy, misshapen, half-melted marshmallows. She says she wanted to find a vertonin alternative for marshmallows, using aquafaba instead of gelatin or eggs like they would have on Earth. She says she had a successful version, but she ate it because she was so anxious about her presentation. Judge's turn to you next. Oh, Tammy. Sweet thing. So that counts as a 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, except it's a 6, because it became... Oh, yeah, since it became blue. Wait, no, that was already a 6. I thought it was a 5. Whoops. It is a 5. Why does it be... Oh, +1 to and from other yellow cards. But it stops being yellow. Very confusing. There we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, and then just that. But that's not a straight anymore because this thing gives pluses. I don't know how I would have done better there. -1 kudo. Oh, because I used Mars's ambition. Do an egg drop experiment, taking fragile crystalline glass fruit, and deciding 4 different ways to protect them from breaking after a long fall. 2 break, but 2 succeed. Your experiment is only a simple demonstration of physics, but the judges decide to award you for choosing something within your capabilities and doing it well. Tanja's frustrated, but more at herself than you. She's not used to failure. Poor thing. So 1 second. I'm trying to tuck my shirt so my collar tag is not directly on my skin. It's kind of scratchy. After the festivities, you take some time off for a much-needed, very relaxing break. Dad sets up a slip and slide through the colony square, and everyone takes turns sliding on their stomachs and spraying water at each other. It's a lot of fun. You can feel your worries floating away in the hot dust suns. Mid-dust, there are no birthdays yet. Okay, what do we want to do? I guess we could just do reasoning up again until, we unlock xenobotany. I can't remember if we have to shovel dirt to unlock xenobotany, but I'm pretty sure we don't. I think we just need biology up high enough. Learn about Vertumnum geology by comparing various rock samples from Earth to ones from Vertumna, placing them on the Mohs hardness scale. Earth samples are so weird and gray compared to the pinks, purples, yellows, and teals collected by the surveyors. Earth must have been a dull place. 6, 5, 4, 3. I don't really know how to do... Oh. I could do better by making a blue straight. Or a blue whatever the fuck. Flush. That's what it's called. Oh, that's higher though. That's interesting. Huh. I guess I'll put that there because it's a +1 scale. Get a straight flush though. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, I can, but that's... Look, if I use the 4 there, it's worth less than the straight. Wow. Whoa, +5 biology. Big. I don't know math. I'm also dyslexic. Wow. Oh, want to hear a fun nature fact? No, more Hawkeye facts, no! Recently overheard the children learning how to count by studying Hawkeyes. Hawkeyes have 1 foot, and 2 tail forks, and 3 stomachs, and 4 eyes. If you 5 of them together, that's lucky, Kyle laughs, finishing the mnemonic with you. How did they find out the Hawkeyes have 3 stomachs? I don't want to know. Happy birthday. Cal gasps, my favorite food, and on my birthday too. Scrubby hats at the cake, takes a big huff of the pleasant sugary smell. His eyes slip closed in sheer pleasure. Ah, Solana say, he breathes, you really are the best of the best. Here, you have a piece too. Let the icing melt in your mouth and let all your worries melt away with it. Then we get a friendship. Spot Cal heading towards the barns at the far end of the farms. Hi, Solana say, waves. Hey, what's up? Heading over to the barn, Cal says. I finished before everyone else today, so I told everyone I'm going to clean it. No one wants to get it roped into helping, so it'll just be me and Socks. You should come with. Little guy. Kyle whistles as you enter the barn, and the chest where Socks sleeps starts to rattle. Laughs and pops the lid, hefting Socks up into his arms. Hey, girly coos, time to get some forbidden daytime zoomies out. You and Cal play with Socks for a little while. chasing her around the barn. She chitters and stomps her stubby little legs, clearly enjoying the attention. I have a little while before I get back to work, Cal says. What should we do? Let's teach Socks a new trick. Oh yeah, Cal agrees. I've been working on getting her to follow directions lately. It's a great idea. Spent about a half hour teaching Socks how to shake a paw. Lots of paws to choose from, and she seems to delight in giving you a different one each time. Ah, that is so cute. Different paw every time. Can't help but think that working with her like this might come in handy in the future. I guess we should give everyone gifts. Takes a while to find Disc. When you do, you almost wish you hadn't. Standing over the bloated body of a dead hop by nudging it with a stick. When he sees you, his eyes go wide. I didn't do it, he scowls. It's like this when I found it, really. Dare you to go in a restricted area. Value is wild. That's an okay card. Dare Disc to go explore the creepiest, darkest part of engineering, deep down where even Chief Engineer Instance never goes, under their recycling room where they say there are ghosts. Set the mood, then sneak around behind him, put your hollow palm flashlight under your face, and shout, boo. Rolls his eyes. Solana, think about it. If there were ghosts on the spaceship, one of them would be my mom. Oh, yeah, I guess that would scare a normal person, but Disc still isn't scared of anything. Okay. This is scrolling through a novel on his hollow palm, completely checked out of the world around him. Startles when you tap his shoulder. Geez, Solana grumbles, gesturing to close his novel. Catch a few lines about a dragon before the screen disappears. He flips up his collar and turns away. Can't you tell when someone is busy? Yeah. I have a log. Actually, it's probably worth it to just give you roots. I get plenty of those. Wow, this is uncharacteristically excited about the roots. So colorful. I've never seen roots like these before. What kind of plants are those from? Perhaps, Bat. Perhaps. I guess just get biology up. I do want to get engineering to at least 50, but I don't need that yet. This week in biology class, you're studying sugar bugs. I don't know if these give any friendship. This native species looks like purple marshmallows about the size of your fist, all puffy and squishy and kind of cute. Don't move or do much, but if you tickle them, they exude a edible syrup from a hole at the top of their bodies. Now, says Professor Howell, you're going to dissect one. We could do this card, but dissect that cute little sugar bug. That gives me loyalty? Okay. I am gonna have to do some rebellion stuff soon. If we dip under 90, I might end up loading at something, because I do need it above 90. Given a thankfully already deceased sugar bug to work on. The moment your scalpel slices it open, a horrid smell assaults you, sweet like rotting fruit. Yuck. See, Tan's trying not to gag too. Bad at math. Carefully section your sugar bug into 6 discrete organs. Take a photo with your hollow palm and carefully fill in labels for all the parts. It's pretty good, Tanya says, peeking at your work. Things are slipperier than I was expecting. Parts of mine are still moving. Great job, class. Now we're going to leave them overnight, says Professor Hal. Next morning, your class is in for a surprise. Sugar bugs are alive again. I only used 4 out of 5 cards. Fuck! I couldn't. I legitimately did not see. And there are more of them. Teacher explains that their DNA is so malleable that almost any part of a sugar bug can turn into any other part if it needs to. Resulting sugar bugs are smaller, but will eventually grow into full-sized ones. Return biology is weird. Oh well. Okay, now we get the biology card. It's Mars's birthday as well. Yeah, okay. Unlock xenobotany. Oh, hey, Solana, Mars says, breezing past you. Sorry, I can't talk right now. I'm way to work in a command. It stops when you don't sound amazing enough. You know, the supply depot? She clarified, it's the most important job in the whole colony, and it gets me made here goes through me first. Oh, hey. I have enough friendship to do this. I normally don't. Mars's smug smile gets somehow even more smug. Plus, I get the first pick of all the best stuff. Could I work there with you? Well, Mars hems and haws. But it is a lot of work to do alone, and I do like you. We should stick together. Unlock depot clip. Whatever Mars does to pull administrator seek strings work, because an hour later you get a message from them on your holopalm. Dubious that you'll be able to rise to the responsibilities of the role, but that's nothing new. Seek is dubious about everyone and everything. They agree Mars would be more efficient if she had someone else to keep an eye on her. Very funny that we, get that because we haven't even done anything in command yet. Ha! Mars laughs, taking the crystal and turning it over in her hands, inspecting it. Well, I've had better birthday gifts this year, but I admit this crystal is pretty fabulous. I'll add it to my collection. Okay, Jenny. And then I can apply to deliver supplies, which I got from Toughness, surprisingly. Chief Administrator greets you at the depot. They go up and down. Solana, you never struck me as particularly responsible or organized. Children never are. Makes you think you'd be a good fit for the position of courier. Surprisingly, last time I got this, I didn't even have organizing enough, so I just had to do all work hard. I can carry a lot, strong for your age, maybe. Lucky for you, the applicant this week. You got the job, for now anyway. Okay, so the choices don't matter. Organizing might, but the other checks seem not to give you anything. Here's your elegant style list. Note this on their holopalm. Back in a few minutes and you can help make deliveries. Yes, there'll be kudos in it for you if you do it correctly. Also, we can buy something. I don't think we really need much. Could buy some cakes though. If we end up needing birthday gifts, we can buy some cakes. Let's see. I could get my organizing up, or I could do engineering. I think perception is probably high enough up for this early in the game. I kind of want to do engineering. I'll do engineering until like next year. Night sky in Vertumnus, like no star chart in the hollow archives you brought from Earth. Not even certain if the stars you're seeing are new ones entirely or the same ones but seen from a different angle. The wormhole actually spat you out as a mystery. Now, some of the adults are working on reading radiation levels from various stars, guessing which ones they are and using them to triangulate where you are. It's a downright frightening amount of math. I do kind of want to get toughness up for some checks later as well, though. Oh, that's worth way more. Okay. Mid-wet, I don't think there's any birthdays, yeah. Abra. I guess I should probably get toughness up. don't know if I need combat. Did I remember books gear? I absolutely did not. I don't know if I need combat or toughness for these checks. I'm trying to think about how to do stuff with a character later in the game who's more soldiery. But I don't really know if it's toughness or combat that works for their checks. For their ending stuff. Let me see if it's in any of these guides. It doesn't say. Also, let me check. Do I have cards in here from different lives? Where is the... Lynn, are you still here? Is it in the gallery? Yeah, it's in the gallery. Never mind, I got it. I'm wondering if, like, the achievement for getting all the cards has to do with this. Or, like, if it's from, getting them all at once. I would assume it's getting all of them accumulatively. I knew what I was gonna do a second ago, and now I don't remember. Oh, yes. I need perception and engineering for this thing. I will need some skills to unlock it, but I think I should probably have enough. I forgot to put the book on again. That's what I was gonna do. I know if it would be smart. Come here, it's your birthday. Have some roots. Seems you've remembered my birthday, Tange says, taking the roots and turning them over in her hands. Wow, friendship 59 already. Lip curls into taste so the dirt still cling to them. How thoughtful of you. I have much to do today, but I'll set these fruits aside to analyze later. Turns to walk away, then remembers herself. Thank you, she adds, almost as an afterthought. Come here. Have some roots. For my birthday, he mumbles. Oh, thank you. Looks like it's from a very rare plant. Did you find it while you were exploring? I sure did, actually. You're off to help Tangent with her schoolwork. She just shrugs you off. I'm not working on school anymore, she says. Chief Engineer instances I'm smart for my age, and my talents are wasted in school. She opens her hollow palm and shows you some of her lab notes. It's so much work, though, she complains. Honestly, maybe it would be better to be like everyone else. Unintelligent people seem happier. I wonder if this study thing, if you do it earlier, it changes, because, I swear sometimes you can do this and it's a friendship up. Just then, okay, well, you still get a friendship up, the dialogue just changes, I guess. Just then, an enemy and a crash kid go tearing by with a sports ball, hauling at the top of their lungs. Tan shudders. On second thought, forget I said that. I'll keep being smart, thank you. Thinking of what I want. I could do animals, but I don't think there's anything in the the colony that gets you animals. I guess I could just explore because I'm gonna get a bunch of stress soon anyways, so... I'll just explore to finish off this year because it's gonna reset soon. I know we went around this way. Oh, I can't get that log from this way, but I'll get it eventually. Spot a suspiciously regular mound of dirt. Maybe something is buried there. Could be dangerous, though. Poke it with a stick. Cautiously break off a branch and prod the suspicious mound, watching closely for signs of movement. Nothing. Poke further and discover it's in fact just a regular pile of dirt. Nothing more. Thank you. This does give me Rebellion. The 3 card is pretty good, but I need Rebellion at the moment, so... Let me go this way. Stream cuts through the path here. Wahoo! Good at math. I've already read that one. Oh gosh, a lot of 5. So many 5. Wahoo! Good at math. Oh hey, I have enough animals to get this finally. Come across a float cow that seems to be ill. She's floating upside down a meter off the ground, kicking her segmented legs into the air periodically, though trying to right herself. I wonder where I got all this animals from. I think it was just the bravery bonus. Her slitted eyes look at you imploringly. She makes a helpless lowing noise and tries again to flip over, but her ratio of gas to liquid must be unbalanced. First, we do this one. Take a closer look at the float cow. I heard they float using a certain ratio of liquid to gas in their membranous bladders, so after some consideration, you figure out the bladder on her back must be too full of liquid. Milk the float cow. It's hard to milk a float cow that's upside down. Struggles and kicks her legs at you as you try to flip her over long enough to get to the udders. Thanks to a combination of might and empathy, you manage to calm her down. She's still sick. Milk's supposed to collect in her lower udder, not her gas bladder. But at least she's balanced now and she has a chance to get well on her own. Okay. What is our friendship at with this? 42. That should be okay. I'll rest at the walls for friendship with him, though. View from the wall during glow is absolutely breathtaking. Wormhole seems to smother the sky like a swirling jewel-toned bowl pressing down on the gloom. Everything in the wilderness is lit up and seems to breathe in and out with the planet. One living creature is made of stars. It's beautiful. Almost forget how dangerous it is. Do I want to forget either of these? Not really. I can use the blues. 2 data points form a line, but 3 is a pattern. Colony has been on high alert all glow, hoping the creatures from beyond the wall don't return for a 3rd year in a row. Surveyors keep reporting that they're seeing unusual animal activity. Even the plants seem different, they say. New tracks that must have been left by creatures larger and heavier than you've ever seen. You're on their colonist drill evacuation plans. Also, I never noticed the glow. Does like a little glow effect up here in the corner in the portrait. It's not doing it right now, but it was. Oh, there it goes. You're in engineering when you hear the sirens ring through the colony. Cover your ears against the noise and make your way into the nearby classroom. It's one of the assembly points, so you should be safe there, but it wasn't so safe last year for Professor Hal. What if another creature gets in? Look at Professor Hal, and he looks back at you. Last year you saved his life, right here. Oh hey, I have bravery and perception high enough to just sneak out. Hal clears his throat, visibly trying to stay calm. All right, children, he says, subconsciously touching his neck. Just remain seated. I'm so certain everything will be fine. I told this before. Sirens continue, faced with a choice. Sneak out. Professor Hal is distracted. You crawl out from behind the table. What are you doing? Mars whispers angrily, but you ignore it. Creep along the back of the room, quickly duck out the classroom door and sprint down the hall before anyone can chase you. Slow to a walk as you near the outer doors of engineering. Something doesn't feel right. Stop to listen in the dim emergency lighting and hear the metallic popping of something overhead. The ventilation ducts. Your blood goes cold. Monsters. They're here. Oh, I remember this. Follow the sounds to a workshop and force yourself to look up through the slats of the vent. Gasp. 2 glistening, bug-like eyes peer down at you. No. 4. 6. Blink in syncopated pairs. Then you hear, over the sirens, a soft pinging noise, halfway between a chirp and a purr. Creature skitters spider-like from one side of the vent to the other. Small furry tentacle slithers through the slats, searching for the vent release. Can't find one. It bangs its body against the inside of the vent, denting the metal. I think we'll do an animal check. That's a pretty decent card to get locked. Does this work on the locked one? Yeah, it does. Can't really get it straight, but... Value is wild, but it's a 0 card. Very interesting. That gem thing is unfortunate, though. Yeah, because we can't get it straight that way. Two, 3, 4, 5. There we go. That actually might be lower. No, that's higher. Okay. Wahoo! Best score. Good at math. Oh, here's how you get this as a pet. You win it over by reading its body language and slowly building trust. It seems to want to join you, and you hope you'll be allowed to keep it. +1 skill on challenge win and +1 bonus to straights. Oh, that's really good. Look up this species on your hollow palm. Learn that Riki, so named for the trills they make. Yours is making now, cuddling against your leg. Neither male or female, though they do require a mate to reproduce. So it's a they, then. Decide to name them. I don't know what to name them. I'm naming them Woomy. Okay, Woomy it is. They blink every one of their beady eyes, black eyes back up at you. None of them in unison. Seem to have no problem with this name. Isn't long before the sirens turn off, ringing 3 short pulses. As the all-clear message flashes on your hollow palm. You and the other children file out of engineering and you head back to your quarters. Parents will want to know that you're safe. You manage to smuggle your new pet Riki under your jacket and hide under your bed before they arrive. Your dad gives you a big hug, but your mom slumps into a seat at your small table. It's like they were going specifically for geoponics this time, she mutters, but your dad pets your hair and shushes her. Sure, it was just bad luck, Lulabelle says. Your mom shakes her head and folds her hands in front of her mouth, staring out the porthole window at the fields. Start age 13. My stream title is no longer a lie. You and an enemy are playing in the garrison yard with sticks, chasing each other around and pretending to be sword fighting. Those training nearby are patient with you as long as you don't get near the target dummies, but sometimes you stray too close. Watch out, Annie, one of the security personnel calls out as an enemy bumps into her. Kids, stay behind the fences, okay? Nice. It's an enemy, she retorts. You both retreat to a safe distance. The enemy throws her stick to the ground and pouts. Just because everyone else shortens their name, it doesn't mean I have to do it. I like being an enemy. Having a nickname is kind of cool. Mysterious, like having a call sign, you know. What'd you call me, Solana say? Can you just choose whatever the fuck you want? Oh, you totally can just name her whatever the fuck you want. Okay. Damn. I'm fucked, though. It's stuck. I'll just do Nemi. Nemi tilts her head. Huh. Never heard that one before. I'm swinging a sword a few times. Nemi. Well, at least it's not Annie. Okay, since you're my friend, you can call me that. Nemi picks up her discarded stick. Now, she says, brandishing it at you. Pretty defeated by the mighty Nemi. Spend the next hour sparring with Nemi in the yard. Oh, I guess some friendship things must be limited per year. Because, like, we didn't have high enough friendship with an enemy to, like... Or, well, we did. We had enough to proc that event, but just not... It was just time-gated. Huh. I didn't know that. I guess it's the same with this here, because it's not like we got friendship up. Find Dis sitting in the mouth of one of the wall's drainage sewers. Wet season, excess rainwater is diverted out here so it doesn't flood inside the walls. Meantime, it looks like Dis has been setting up a little base here with pillows and a stash of snacks. His alien communication device hisses with static. Looks up from his hollow screen as you pop your head inside the drain. Hey, Solana, he says quietly before going back to the game you'd been playing. What are you playing? You haven't heard of it, he says without looking up. I made it myself. Squeeze into the narrow drain and sit next to Dis. On his hollow pad is a picture of Mars, and you watch him drag a match from the sidebar and drop it on her face. Little animated flames wiggle over the picture, leaving parts of it looking charred. It's pretty crude, but you think you get the point. Where'd you learn to do that? It's pretty simple, Dis says. Light from his hollow screen reflects in his eyes as he looks at you in the gloom. People on Earth used to make this kind of stuff all the time. I have a lot of time to learn new things. Happened with Mars. Dis shrugs. Same thing that always happens, he says. He sets the game and drags a bomb from the sidebar into the picture of Mars. It explodes, and the picture disintegrates. She booked my name down for every appointment with the nanoprinter because she thinks my clothes are always torn up and dirty all the time. Continues. I'm in trouble for wasting resources. I try to tell them it was hers, but Mars never gets in trouble. Everyone likes her, he mumbles. It's fine. I don't need anyone to like me. I don't care if they hate me. I hate them. Oh, I see. Dis goes back to playing his game, content not to talk to you. I want to try. Sure, Dis replies. He links his hollow palm to yours, and you feel the haptics pulse as the game files transfer. Open the game and are presented with an option. Which picture do you choose? We choose Mars because it gives us friendship, I think. Load up a picture of Mars. Screw her. She's so bossy and mean. Dis is right. She's the worst. Yeah. Drag a knife from the toolbox onto the picture. Clunk. Right through the face. Feels good. In a weird way. You probably shouldn't think about that too hard. Spend a few hours letting off steam with Dis, loading different pictures of your classmates and commiserating about life in the colony. After a while, he even starts to smile a little bit. I don't really want to hurt anyone, Dis confides in you. Sometimes it feels like I have many angry thoughts inside my head. There's no room for anything else. Turns off his hollow palm and looks down at his hands. Even if it makes me feel kind of gross after, it's better than feeling numb. I am upset Jenny is in the shower zone and did not see that. I could load this and then save it, though, just to show. Okay, I'll load the autosave. And then we'll show Jenny once she gets back. It's no one's birthday because it's like our birthday. Yeah, we're at Max Rebellion, so I think we can kind of choose whatever we want here. Furthermore, your attitude towards your elders in general is entirely disrespectful. When you're caught delivering a scathing reprimand on Mars, who's doing her level best to look like she'd rather be anywhere else. Speak out of turn, you question the council's decisions. Disagree with an order, you simply do not do it. I could go on. Do you need me to go on? Mars scowls. No, she replies. Yudkat clicks her tongue. Honestly thought better of you, Marzipan, she chastises. The sort of natural leadership ability I remember from when I was a girl many years ago. Mars doesn't roll her eyes, but you sense it's a close call. And to set a better example for the other children, Yudkat continues. It's okay to have your own opinions, but you can't just do whatever you want. You have to follow the rules and respect your elders. I am setting a good example, Mars retorts, stomping her foot. Hello. The only reason we're here is because a bunch of people knew living on Earth was nonsense and decided to do something different. Yudkat looks scandalized, but Mars just continues on. Maybe kids should have more authority. The ones with the new ideas that will take us into the future. Okay, Lynn. We'll just do this because it gets friendship. We're already maxed on rebellion. Mars is right. See, Mars insists. Everyone agrees with me. You might be on Vertumna, but your ancient old brain is still stuck back on Earth. Takes a deep breath and for a moment seems much older. Governor Yudicott, we need higher walls and more aggressive farmland clearing. We need it now. Are we here to stay on this planet or will we sit around until the jungle swallows us back up? I don't like what she says there, though. Yudicott's mouth opens and closes a few times, and she puts her hand to her forehead. Both of you, get back to your duty, she sighs. Marzipan, we'll talk about this later, in private. Okay, so we just want to go exploring, because, we want to do the things. I thought age 13 was when we could go out, though. I guess it's age 14. We have some events in here we can do anyways since the year reset. Top of a rise off to the east, you think you spot someone watching you, dressed in all black. They're dressed in black. Is that Dis? But they look way too tall to be Dis. Maybe another surveyor. Blink and the figure is gone. Hike over there and look for clues. Bushwhack down into a valley and stand up the other path to where you thought you saw them standing. No signs of a camp or anything obvious like a drop pack. No note saying, I'm watching you. Signed mysterious figure. Spooky. Stop for lunch. Okay, we've seen this. Oh, there's a thing down here. Second sun is beginning to set, and you're planning your route back to the gates when you spot Dis in the distance. Waves you over. Hi, Solonist. Wish we didn't have to go home. She could stay out here forever. Oh, I probably should have avoided this. Yeah, me too. Let me load. It's a really cute scene, but the problem is as soon as you do it, it takes you back. Is that our Hotbite? Yeah, they're stuck on an invisible wall. I think that's the best we could have gotten. Could do 5 or 3 though, but I don't think that's... Well, lots of 5. I think that's the best. Nope. Okay. Whatever. Oh, I've never seen this event. Spark snow has been drifting around you all day, igniting teensy sparks where it touches the ground. Now it's really started coming down hard, like hail, not soft like snow. except this hail ignites, or like explodes on contact with solids. Find something to use in his umbrella. Break off a large leaf on a long stem and hold it over your head. Makes a pleasant kind of thrum as the drops splatter on it. I guess we'll do the hot bite because that'll get us animals. Where is my cursor? There it is. Sometimes hard to see your cursor doing that. Five, 4, 3, 2, and then we just have more 2s. Okay. I can't count. Okay, and our perception's pretty high now. Oh, we should do this. This will get us stress down. Mm-hmm. I don't think we can particularly arrange those in any sort of order. 25. 25 either way, okay. Okay, cool. Now we can do more exploring. Before having to do the camping scene. Oh hey, as you come to a bend in the path, movement catches the corner of your eye. Something up on top of a nearby mushroom cap tree. Can't quite tell what it is, but... Is that a person? Someone is peering over the edge of the mushroom cap above you. Can't quite see their eyes, but you get an impression of long dark hair. An enormous, mocking grin. Wouldn't go that way if I were you, they warn playfully. They have a deep, musical accent you don't recognize. Stranger, that's impossible. You're the only people around for thousands of light years. What the heck is he doing out here? Feel a chill go up your spine. Ignore him and move on quickly. No. Met everybody on the stratosphere. Must have been some kind of animal, one that looks like a person, sounds like a person. Maybe it's Dis playing tricks with his voice. Maybe you're seeing things. And then we get attacked by grass. Oh, we got a scene with Dis that I specifically saved before so I could show you it. I will reread it for you. Find Dis sitting in the mouth of one of the wall's drainage sewers. Wet season, excess rainwater is diverted out here so it doesn't flood inside the walls. In the meantime, it looks like Dis set up a little base here. Pillows and a stash of snacks. Alien communication device hisses with static. Looks up from his hollow screen as you pop your head inside the drain. Hey, Exodollonist, he says quietly before going back to the game he had been playing. What are you playing? I haven't heard of it, he says. Without looking up, I made it myself. Squeeze into the narrow drain and sit down next to Dis. On his hollow pad is a picture of Mars, and you watch him drag a match from the sidebar and drop it on your face. Little animated flames wiggle over the picture, leaving parts of it looking charred. It's pretty crude, but you think you get the point. Where'd you learn how to do that? It's pretty simple, Dis says. The light from his hollow screen reflects in his eyes as he looks at you in the gloom. People on Earth used to make all this kind of stuff all the time, and I have a lot of time to learn new things. What happened with Mars? Dis shrugs. Same thing that always happens, he says. He resets the game and drags a bomb from the sidebar into the picture of Mars. It explodes and the picture disintegrates. She booked my name down for every appointment with the nano printer, because she thinks my clothes are always torn up and dirty all the time, he continues. So I got in trouble for wasting resources. Tried to tell him it was her, but Mars never gets in trouble. Everyone likes her, he mumbles, but it's fine. I don't need anyone to like me. I don't care if they hate me. I hate them. Dis goes back to playing his game, content not to talk to you. I want to try. Sure, Dis replies. He links his hollow palm to yours, and you feel the haptics pulse as the game files transfer. Open the game or presented with an option. Whose picture do you choose? Mars. Definitely Mars. You load a picture of Mars. Screw her. She's so bossy and mean. Dis is right. She's the worst. Drag a knife from the toolbox onto the picture. Thwunk. Right through the face. It feels good. In a weird way. Probably shouldn't think about that too hard. Spend a few hours letting off steam with Dis, loading different pictures of your classmates and commiserating about life in the colony. After a while, he even starts to smile a little bit. I don't really want to hurt anyone, Dis confides in you. Sometimes, it feels like I have so many angry thoughts inside my head that there's no room for anything else. Turns off his hollow palm and looks down at his hands. Even it makes me feel kind of gross after. It's better than feeling numb. And that's the little scene. We've seen this. Oh, we're gonna get another scene with this really, really soon. It's in the exploring. And I've been saving it specifically for this. What is our stress at? I'm gonna save here because I don't know if this is too much stress. Nope, we're fine. And then here's another scene with this. Second sun is beginning to set, and you're planning your route back to the gates when you spot Dis in the distance. He waves you over. Hi, Solana says gloomily. Sighs, I wish we didn't have to go home. I wish we could just stay out here forever. Yeah, me too. What if, he begins, what if we didn't go home? Today, I mean. What if we stayed out and camped overnight? He gestures to the pack on his back. Brought a tent just in case. A perimeter sensor. I found a spot right near the depot that looks safe. Just sets up the tent where you place the perimeter poster on the edge of the clearing. If anything trips this invisible wall around your campsite, at least you'll know about it. Without even saying goodnight, Dis crawls into the tent, takes off his jacket and stuffs it behind his head, curls up in a ball facing the wall, falls asleep almost immediately. Crawl in beside him and pull a thermal blanket over yourself, exhausted from a long day of hiking in the jungle. So despite the excitement of being out in the wild at night, quickly fall asleep as well. Both wake to a blaring alarm and bright lights filling the campsite. It's a perimeter alert. Something must have triggered it. Dis sits bolt upright and looks at you with wide eyes. Should you go out there to check? Work up the courage to look outside. Just get rid of those, I guess. 5, 4, 3. Oh no, but that's not a 3 anymore. There we go, that's fine. Yeah, best score too. Both carefully open the door and peek out through a crack. Nothing. Whatever it was, the lights and noise must have scared it off. Sun is almost up. You're definitely not getting back to sleep after that, so the two of you eat soy rations to quietly watch the sunrise over the jungle together. And then look at this cute little card art. Can't be outside. When the surveyors open the gate and start prepping for the day, you pack up your gear and go home. Expect the worst, but nobody even noticed you were gone. Left the privacy curtain on your bed closed, and your parents must have come in late and left early. Think you were asleep there the whole time. Lucky, but also makes you feel a little sad. It's your birthday. You wake from a dream. Your parents were arguing fiercely about something. Up your eyes and sit up in bed. What? It felt surreal, but your parents are quietly going about their morning just like usual. The reason you have this dream is because normally the colony is in famine. It's starting to run out of food by now. And so they're like stressed because of that. Rub your eyes and sit up in bed. What? It felt so real, but your parents are going quietly about their morning like usual. Mom is reading a hollow novel and your dad is laying out your special birthday breakfast. Seeing you sit up, he shoots you a big smile. Happy birthday, my little tomato head, he says, coming over to give you a big hug. Mom comes over too, sitting on your opposite side. Look at you, she says, proudly ruffling your hair. Already a teenager. Can't believe it. You've just grown so much. Hug between your two parents. You can't believe you dreamed they were upset with each other. You feel so content and loved. Ah, wow. Mom smiles. So your dad and I have been talking about how Utopia's opened up persistence and expeditions for kids 13 and over, and well, that's you now. Suppose we'll have to let you spread your wings someday, your dad says. Feel better knowing you were safe here inside the colony walls. That's not how growing up works. Because your mama faint smile. Decided early on to let you choose your own path in life, so you want to join expeditions, we're just behind you. Just be safe, okay? I guess we should just be giving them logs whenever we can. I guess roots. What does Cal like other than cake? Likes Bob or fruit. Okay. Okay, I guess we'll just talk to her since we're here. I've already read this a bunch, so... let's see. We just need a rest and then do more exploration. Wow! It loves you. Let's just relax over here. Heard security chief Rhett's on the lookout for lookouts. That is, for kids to chill out on top of the walls all afternoon count, so he knows. Sounds way better than going to class. Gives you a once-over. Eyes narrowed. Alright, he says, look over there at the end of the field. What does the sign say? Read it out loud. Read the sign easily. It says, if you can read this, your eyesight is 20/20. Huh? What a weird sign. What does that mean? Rhett nods in approval. Good, you pass. Come back next month and I'll put you on the roster. Unlocked lookout duty. Let's forget the red one. We can use a 2 since it's blue. And then I don't know if it changes terribly much. Sneaking out just gets you this. I do want to survey the plains. All events have respawned, so like there are special events, but there's a specific event I want to do with the plains. You boarded the expedition's autobus this morning. You didn't know what to expect. Trundled you and the other surveyors a few clicks north to the prosaic plains, high flat area with cooler weather than your colony. Barely control your excitement as you watch the landscape change. Now you're here, finally old enough for a real survey mission away from the colony. Salia. Great Chief Surveyor Utopia at the depot. This here's a plas cutter, she says, handing you one. It's a tool for cutting and heating things. You can use it to make a fire, cut her as a wound. Boil water and it cuts some materials pretty alright. Use it for self-defense too, but I don't suggest it. You're gonna be in danger. She makes a so-so motion with her hand. It's a quiet area, and what we're doing, we're not supposed to be in danger. So we're taking notes and pictures, keeping track of all the flora and fauna we see. Just don't touch anything unless I ask you to take a sample. Everything is potentially dangerous. We don't know much about what's out there. Which is why we need surveyors, even young'uns like you. Prosaic plains are a sparse region. Like you can assume from the name, you can see things from a long way out. Topia sees you squinting at the horizon. What are you going to do if she sees something coming for you? Avoid it. Good kid, Utopia approves, patting you on the back. We don't need any trouble. This joins you. You must have come on an earlier autobus. Ah, good, you're here, Utopia says, digging out another plascutter for Dis. 2 greenhorns are with me for the foreseeable. Now, we don't gotta sniff each other's butts all the time, but I do expect you all to be in yelling distance. Comms can get spotty out here. You and Dis share knowing glances. You've both been sneaking out to explore long before you were officially allowed to. Utopia also hands you a surveying drone and shows you how to launch it. Automatically perform local scans of wherever you go, though detailed scans still need to be done manually. Return here to the depot. It'll upload its findings to the HoloNet. Job is to cover ground, see what's out there, and so long as it isn't dangerous, record it. Slaps you on the back. Alright, team, don't get yourselves killed out there, okay? And we get perception too, which means collectibles respawn faster, which is actually very helpful. Be silly. It's a cloudy day. You hear the crash of thunder from somewhere nearby, loud. Sounds like it's getting closer. Suddenly, a massive, impossibly tall something punctures the low clouds and slams into the ground ahead of you. It's as tall as a skyscraper and a meter wide, covered with a chitinous bone like an insect. I think it might be a leg. Another crashes down, then another. Trisha's body must be up in the clouds, so high you can't see anything but the legs. First leg lifts again and moves towards you. You're in shock. Your body simultaneously screams at you to stand still and run. Oh, but we have perception high enough. Stay calm and analyze its movement. And this is a wild card, which is good. Wild color, at least. Watch the clouds, and as the next leg breaks through, you dodge it. Slams down where you'd been with enough force to crush a boulder to dust. The creature's so unbelievably massive, you're like an ant to it. As it passes overhead, you marvel at how such a thing could even exist. And hope it never wanders close to the colony. Not so much to find out here, but the peaceful atmosphere is great for contemplation. Find a particularly beautiful little plateau where you can see the plains spread out before you like a picnic blanket. Round lakes dotting the land like glimmering mirrors of sky. I've heard it both ways. Chitinous or chitinous. I think it's technically chitin. So it's chitinous, but I don't think it matters terribly much, because I believe it's one of the words that is pronounced both ways. Like, I think chitinous is technically the official one, but I think dictionaries even note that it's said chitinous sometimes, so... There's only a few words like that in the English language, but there's some. Dis is scouting further ahead, so you gotta find some adventure. Catch up with Dis. There's no adventure where Dis is either. There's some peaceful territory right here. Boring. Probably could have lost stress if I meditated or something. Massive dead bushes blocks your way. They have pointy spines the size of short swords and look very, very sharp. Blast your way through it. Good thing you brought a plasma cutter with you. Cut a hole through the bush and set a bunch of the surrounding forest on fire while you're at it. Teach your bushes to get in your way. Huh, I kind of figured that might give me some stats up, but it did not. Stop to admire the light glinting off the water of a shallow circular lake when you notice some strange rocks near your feet, pink and red, bobbing in the shallow water at the shore. Rocks are flashing gold and yellow, this one, then that one, then a pause, then that one, then the first one again. Thought it was reflected sunlight at first, but no, the rocks themselves are glowing. Repeat the pattern. Play a memory game with them, touching the stones and the pattern they give you. Feel emotions coming from the rocks. Affection, interest, gratefulness, somehow you understand they like the contact. Are they creatures or rocks? Sometimes the lines between the two can be blurry on Vertamna. Can't move, but learn about the world from creatures who pass by and touch them. Like the way animals rub to leave their scent, these rocks entice animals to play with them and leave information about the world. Get the sense they're excited for your new scent. To what end, you don't know. I'm gonna avoid going that way because I'm trying to get to the end of this area. One of your jobs as a surveyor is to document the flora and fauna through photographs. See a thing, a skittish flock of really long insects. Each one has 10 to 20 sets of wings, like long rods with knobbly bits at regular points, moving so fast they're almost a blur. Got a camera built into your holopalm, but it's not equipped to capture difficult shots like this. Need to put in the work. Let me get animals up, because my perception is already at the second tick. That's silly. I don't have a 2. And that can't negate that. Unsure why that becomes a 5 there. Oh, because +1 to red cards. I see. Not even close. Cautiously crawl up beside your subject, raising your holopalm to get the best close-up possible. Ouch! Just as the camera takes the photo, your subject bites you on the finger. Hope it's not venomous. Bright side, you got the shot. Okay. Stop to watch a herd of shaggy, purple-furred animals slowly meander down a slope. Never seen them before. That's the thing I don't like about this area, is everything always turns red. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Whoops. Oh well. That +1 is really fucking with me here. Like, unironically, the toughness bonus, where it's +1 to physical, is kind of a problem. Creatures' fur is like grass. They must be a kind of photosynth, an animal that gets part of their energy from the sun. Heard of creatures like this, though you've never seen any yourself. Your survey journal doesn't have any information on this particular species. Found a new species. Maybe, that would be cool. Decide to name them, just in case. Look at them through your holoculars at maximum zoom. Kind of make out that they have super long jaws, like a huge underbite. Sunbaskers is a pleasant name. Naming things is hard, so Sunbaskers will have to do. Log your discovery. I'm not sure if that ever comes up again. Stomach is starting to grumble for a mid-afternoon snack when you happen to spot a bush bearing some delicious-looking fruit. Bush is growing atop a large boulder, its roots twining down the craggy, weathered stone. Never seen this fruit before, but a small bird-like creature is eating one, so there's a chance it's edible. Look a little closer. Analyze this fruit from a distance. Look. Yep, looks delicious. Glistening with dew, little bird-like things are pecking at it. Branches sway in the wind. Wait, there's no wind. Notice the rock beneath the bush is also swaying gently. Wait, this is an animal. It's an arborescent photosynth. Utopia calls them bush bubs, and it seems to be asleep. Very dangerous when provoked, so you decide you'd rather not disturb it. Causing clearing when you hear a terrible cracking, pounding sound. Bush bub bursts through the tree line, bearing straight towards you. Whatever's making a bush bub run, you're pretty sure you don't want to be on the business end of it. don't know. Creature pounds past you, its powerful stone-like gorilla arms smashing the ground. It doesn't even seem to see you and goes around you without even looking at you. Look around, but there's no sign of whatever motivated the bush pup to run so fast. At least that's something to be grateful about. Hello, Dis. Hey, Solana, say, Dis greets you cautiously. You pass on the narrow path. Hey, do you you want me to show you something? Dis almost never makes overtures of friendship. Whatever it is, it must be pretty cool. I'd quietly and follow him. Follow him for nearly half an hour. A couple times he stops to listen for something and continues onward, tromping through the fields of broad-topped mush trees and swaying antler ferns. After a while, you start to wonder if he's just lost. You're about to say something when he holds his hand up for silence and directs you to crawl under a huge mushroom. On the other side, you have a view down to one of the perfectly round ponds. Taking up most of it is an enormous Xeno, its legs deep underwater. It's a ball eel, Dis tells you. They live in the swamps. You don't usually see them here. Hi, Rally. Again. This one seems totally at home. Dips its long neck and even longer mouth into the pond, sucking up water from the bottom and spewing it out a spout at the back of its head. A spray of beautiful turquoise water sparkles in the sun. Tiny, colorful bird-like creatures dart around it, catching the tiny fish that come spreeing out. Enjoy the pretty scene together. Also, yeah, this game has really good designs. Getting ready to leave your quarters one day when you're stopped by your mom, who hasn't left for work yet. She's always been an early riser, out in the fields before the first sunrise. She specifically stayed home to talk to you is a bad sign. Sit down, Solana say. She says, we have to talk. Sit down across from your mother. She stares you down, just looking, right in your soul. She's counting every bad thing you've ever done. I don't think you appreciate how much I know about you, she says finally. The amount of freedom you kids have. You forget that you're being watched. I don't like what I'm seeing. Your attitude, she spits. It's absolutely atrocious. Now you're a teenager and you're supposed to push boundaries, but this is ridiculous. You're ridiculous. Rally. I think this is because we have such high rebellion. I don't know what else it would be from. Bangs her fist on the table for emphasis. This isn't some Hollywood high school drama, Solana said. It's real life. This is life or death. So you get what I'm saying? We're the only humans here. We don't fight for survival with everything we have. No one is coming to save us. Have to learn how to fit in, she says, quieter. Part of a larger community, an ecosystem. Supposed to be learning that, but you're running out of time. Soon you'll be an adult. People will need to rely on you. I'm gonna load just because I'm not entirely sure what other options we have for rebellion past this point. A lot of them are really early on, and you kind of get less as you go on. I'm just gonna do like the neutral option if you're putting too much pressure on me. Because I don't want to be mean to her, but like, putting too much pressure on me. Am I? Your mom says, tilting her head. Gaze goes somber and distant. I was just a little older than you are now. It's fighting a war against the people of Earth. First they ignored us, then they mocked us, then they attacked us. Pats her prosthetic leg. And we won. Also, we could give you the chance to grow up here. Don't disrespect me by wasting it. Well, I actually like this choice better because you get more lore. Mom reaches out and pats your hand patronizingly. Remember being your age, full of anger, ready to fight anyone who told me what to do. Wish someone had told me that I deserved better. I wish. Shakes her head. You can do better than this, Solana says, she says solemnly. Just have to apply yourself and listen to your elders. The colony needs you to be a part of it. It's why you were born. For a literal rebel fighter, your mom has a strange relationship to authority. I think she'd understand what it means to want freedom above all else. She's such a hypocrite. Sick of people telling you what to do, thinking they know what's best for you. Don't know what it's like to grow up on an alien planet. Don't know what it's like to have all these weird thoughts and dreams. I can't remember if it's anyone's birthday. Not right now. And then we need to rest this month because we're stressed. Let's rest in the gardens, because we could possibly level up animal card, and also we get friendship with Cal. Do we have anything to talk to Cal about? No. Well, he likes these enough. It's just +1, but it's friendship nonetheless. Taranja's working in the lab, taking notes on a vibrant Vertonin specimen. Chief engineer instance allowed me a great deal of intellectual freedom, she says. Does not see my age as an impediment to my contributions. In fact, she celebrates my youth. She says that it's the old who should look to the young for guidance. We as we are unburdened by tradition. Taranja allows herself a rare smile. In some ways, she's the mother I've always wanted, she adds quietly. My own mother was burdened by many things. Hey, Dis buddy. Dis is fuddling with the toggles on his jacket, watching the comings and goings of expeditions. I want to go with them, he mumbles. Like, not with them, you know? I just want to be alone in the wilderness for a while. A little smile plays across the corner of his lips. Sounds nice. Oh, Dis, you sweet baby. And then we'll relax in the park. Play with your hop-eye hoppies while you hang out in the gardens. Pretty well behaved, never straying too far into the underbrush, and always coming back when you call their name. Oh, hey, we got a bond. I don't know if that means the card goes up. It doesn't. Look, it's kind of random if your card upgrades or not. Another hop-eye shyly approaches out of long grass. Hop-eye goes totally still and lets out a happy chitter. Bounces off to greet the stranger. They touch noses, then hop around each other twice. Disappear for a few minutes into the underbrush, long enough that you begin to get concerned. Finally, Hoppies bounces back to you and nuzzles against your leg. Want to be picked up and cuddled, so you pop them underneath your shirt, carry them like a baby the rest of the way. Play with your freaky woomy, hang out with them just outside the walls. Sound eventful, which is exactly what you need. Try to teach them some simple commands. Stay, follow, speak. It's adorable, watching them tilt their head from side to side when they try to figure out something. They're trying to figure something out. They don't really seem to get it, but you get the impression they're trying. Quickly realize freaky must be named after the sound they make when they're happy. Whirring, clicking noise. For a weird spider tentacle creature, it's really cute. Solana say, can I get your help with something in the barn, Cass? Excuse yourself from planting and follow Cal. Okay, here's where we get the event. I was trying to get this event while exploring in the fields, and this is what unlocks it. Something's wrong with Socks, Cal says, closing the door behind you. She won't eat, and she cries all the time. Look at a Socks crate. She's almost too big for it now, even curled up in a ball. Raises her head and peeps miserably at you. The curl is even tighter, bulbous antenna drooping. She looks paler, right? Cal says, coming up beside you. She's always sleepy and cold. I don't know what to do. She won't eat leaves anymore or anything else I bring her. Potatoes, corn, wheat, beans. She just chews them and spits them out. Points to the lid of the box. She's been chewing on her box, too. Worried she's going to chew her way out and escape while I'm not here. Cal rubs Socks under her chin, but she rarely responds to his touch. Not the walls, right? Solana say. Have you ever seen any animals like Socks? Full-grown ones. What do they eat? Look next time I'm surveying. Thank you, Solana say, Cal says, sighing as he closes the box. I'm really worried. We'll forget the hot buy facts, because we already have one, and then we have robot power. So it's a bit much to have all of them. I'm going to take a bathroom break. I will be back in a secchi. I'm not sure why the model did anything. That's almost scary. I wasn't anywhere near it. One sec, I just wipe off my keyboard. I saw in chat, yeah. Scary. Okay. Did not mean to click that. Forgot to plug my keyboard back in. Got ghosts. Perhaps. Actually, I realize I'm kinda hungry. Unusually so. I'm actually gonna go get a banana first. I normally don't have to eat for like another hour or so, but give me a sec. Ow. Okay. Just the person I was hoping to see. Dad jogs over with a sunny smile. Why aren't your hands dirty? Well, more dirty. Survey teams are bringing a ton of animals to work on domesticating. Use your help. I already know your way around a shovel, so I figured you wouldn't mind stopping by sometimes, giving your old man a hand, he says, pointing towards the animal paddocks. Cal is helping out too, so you'll have a friend to work with. If you happen to be out with the survey teams, keep an eye out for more animals to bring home. Sure thing. Lock tending animals. And I should have enough animal skill to just do this. Dad is helping two bristle slugs who've gotten tangled on each other while maybe they were wrestling. Your dad doesn't want to go into the details. House up the larger one and you carefully pull apart their bristling spikes, being careful not to get jabbed yourself. 10 minutes later, they're back at it again. Dad shrugs. Hearts wants what it wants. Wants what it wants, I guess. Good lord. Words are hard. No birthdays. Okay. Have I already given you something this month? Yes, I have. Find Tange leaning against the wall of the laboratory, looking out onto the hustle and bustle of the colony. Auntie C didn't try to talk to me about puberty today, says, rolling her eyes. It's a pleasure to tell her that I seem to be suffering no ill effects from the malady. Crosses her arms and shrugs dismissively. Perhaps there's a limit to genetic recombination therapy, as I do not seem to be undergoing the effects common among those who are born to this array of hormones. Should advise Chief Engineer Instance. That's a text about how she's twins. I think we just go out exploring again, because now that we've gotten the thing with Cal, we can do the thing. I'm not entirely sure how to get this event, but I just know it's in this area. Oh, is it just right here? Damn, I think it is. Okay, that's easy. Spy a creature that kind of reminds you of Cal's illicit pet, Socks. Dilly pillar, maybe. Except it's huge. Really, really long. Like as long as it's stratospheric. Enormous. Could it be the same? You aren't totally sure. Watch it using your holoculars. So far in the distance, it looks like a train crawling along one of the great cliffs along the resting ridges to the west. Crawls down the cliff face towards the Great Plains not far from you. Stay back and watch from afar. Sniffs around the base of a cliff for a long time. The cliff is made of sparkling iridescent rock, almost the same shimmer as the dilly pillar's scales. Pretty. Normally, so remember how there was an event with Dis right here, where we got to go see that animal in the pond? If you don't do that before, you actually do this event with Dis. So you get to go see the dilly pillar with this. Dilly pillar starts to eat something. Can't quite see what from so far away. It seems to be eating something that grows in the rocks. Grazes for nearly an hour, then crawls back up the cliff and disappears, heading west. Take diligent survey notes, but you have another motive. Whatever the creature is eating, maybe Socks needs it too. After it leaves, you investigate the base of the cliff where it had been. Some pretty scrubby grasses growing here that seem pretty common. Grab a few handfuls of these. A flower you've never seen before, orange and kinda lumpy. Uproot a few of these as well to bring back to Socks. Better bring these to Cal. I think normally you discover that it eats rocks as well. As opposed to just like grabbing a bunch of stuff. I guess since we're here, we'll just explore, because, like, we could go back right now. But, like, yeah. I'm wondering if that happened, though, Sally, because you did the one with Dis. We'll see, though. Like, I wonder if I do the other one, if it's still the same. Run in there and get close. Dilly pillar totally ignores you. Up close, it seems even bigger. Definitely longer than even a spaceship. Moves slowly and you take care not to accidentally get in its way. Sniffs around the base of the cliff for a long time. The cliff is made of sparkling iridescent rock, almost the same shimmer as the dilly pillar's scales. Pretty. As you're admiring it, the dilly pillar starts to eat the rocks, grinding them down effortlessly with enormous molars. Leaves again, you fill your pockets with strange glittery stones. Better bring these to Cal. Huh, you get more dialogue the other way, though, at least. We'll just keep exploring, though, because, like, I mean, we totally could just leave, and it would only count as, like, a regular month's amount of, like, stress. But we might as well clear this area out, I guess. Or at least, get to the end. Why'd you spawn all the way over here, Hopeye? It's weird, they get stuck in areas because they just spawn there. For some reason. I don't really like doing that, but it gives us the bonus. It's only a +1 though, so is it really worth it? It's only a +1 in that anyways. I don't really know what else to do here. Ah! Hi, Mozzie. How are you? That was so bad. itchy. Body has afflicted me with status effects. Ah! Ah! Sniffies. Hear Dish shouting from nearby to come quick and look at this. Meet up with this and on a curiously clean part of the path. No twigs, pebbles, bits of grass, the ubiquitous Dorbsmith scales. Look at this area. It almost looks like it's been swept clean. There, in the middle of a perfect circle, 3 meters wide, is what you could only describe as a shrine. A hollow, waist-height structure made from twigs and packed spark snow forms a centerpiece, and around it are deliberately placed piles of colorful fruit, flowers, and glittering stones like an offering. Stake it out and wait, I guess. I could probably do a lot better, but I don't really know how. I guess like that. I don't know if I could do even better than that, though, besides, like... Yeah. I don't know. There are 2 points I could have gotten, I don't really know how. Hang out for hours, but won't discover anything, except how boring an idea this was. Just takes a nap. Almost falling asleep when something shuffles into the clearing. It's a bush bug. Crawls slowly along down the path. Stops to pick up a pot flower. Stops to pick up a stone. Arrives at the shrine, it carefully places the flower in the pile of flowers and the stone in the pile of stone. It picks up the stone and repositions it, just so. Wonder if this creature is somehow religious, or is it trying to attract a mate with this little show of decor? So much you don't know about the animals that live here. Okay. I guess we just explore for the stats now. We could just go home and use the rest of the year to do other things, though. Getting older, it's that magical time of your life full of discoveries and possibilities. Children become adults and their bodies change in weird, wonderful, and often embarrassing ways. When you were younger, Congruence gave your class a frank presentation about preparing for the change your bodies would experience in the next few years. Part of the presentation was relevant to you. It's kind of funny that you can choose to, like, basically be trans here, because, like, there's Tange, which is also a trans character, but she gets, like, HRT. And you can't really choose to get HRT. Also, this doesn't really affect anything else in the game. It's just this. You and your friends giggled your way through Congruence's presentation, left with an appreciation for the wonders of the human body. Puberty had felt like something that would happen so far in the future that it didn't apply to you. But out of your mind, even as you noticed Cal's voice begin to drop, your mind starting to dress differently. Till one morning you wake up and something feels different. Just know something's off as soon as you open your eyes. Things are squelchier than you expect them to be down there. You're having an exciting dream and then something happened, but you can already barely remember it. Just want to close your eyes again. You remember Congruence's sexual education classes. You're really not ready for the real world practical applications. For a few minutes you sigh and muster up the courage to look into your blankets. Yeah, that's a thing. Deal with the mess. Wait for your parents to leave for work, calling out to you that you're going to miss breakfast if you lie around in bed. You're sure they're gone. You carefully strip the sheets on your bed and stuff them in the recycler. Put in a requisition for new sheets from the T-Bone and continue on with your day. Night, you find your dad waiting for you. Pulled your privacy curtain back to show you strip bed. Looks up with a knowing smile when you enter holding new sheets. laughs, putting on an exaggerated detective impression. I will think of one reason why a teenager suddenly cares about doing her own laundry. Points at you and exclaims, "By Jove, I think I've got it. What's up?" Solana say. "Got something to share with your old man." Feel your face getting red as you ignore him and make your bed, but it doesn't stop him. "Ah, kiddo, it's okay to feel a little wet behind the ears. Straight into your bunk and slam the privacy curtain closed so you can't hear him make any more jokes. Ah, so embarrassing." Gain status, hormones. Which just means rebellion increases are fucking tripled right now. What is happening? Which, I mean, would be good if we, like, needed to bang out some rebellion right now, but we don't. You feel on the edge today. Also, like, I don't think you honestly have that many rebellion, like, choices once you get this. I feel like you could, like, go explore and do the, like, event that gets you rebellion, but, like, it's very funny when they give you this rebellion thing, because you don't actually get that many choices. What is happening? You feel on edge today, like everything that happens feels so unfair and tragic. You want to punch stuff and then cry about it. You want to be left alone, but you also desperately want attention. It feels like a fountain of new energy is starting to bubble up inside you. Dangerous, uncontrollable energy. Welcome to puberty, Solana say. And then it's late pollen, which means it's Tammy's birthday. And we get an animal slot, which is an extra gear slot, which is very helpful. Oh, hey, you can just rename your character anytime. Yeah, we'll just take both the pets. Okay. Tammy presents you with a carefully folded pair of your socks. "I hope you don't mind, Solana say," she says. "I was in the laundry room and I noticed that your socks were starting to get some holes. We're only supposed to use the nano printer for things that are really important, so I figured you wouldn't mind if I fixed them the old-fashioned way. Take the socks and see they're mended now. A little ugly, but at least the holes are gone. Let me know if you have anything else you need mended. We all have to do our part." Have a yellow flower. "Flowers on my birthday. How beautiful." She gives you a gigantic hug. I think we also get a friendship event with her now. Yeah, now that she's friendship 30. Tammy is crying and trying to hide it, wiping her eyes and blowing snot into her sleeve. "What's the matter?" She hiccups. "I watched that scary movie last night in the lounge. You remember it. Mothra vs. Godzilla, 2085 remake version." Well, sniffling. "I had a bad dream where the monsters were knocking at my bedroom window. Trying to get in. I can't stop thinking about it. I miss being in space. So much safer there." I don't think there's anything there that you can get bonus friendship with. "Soldiers will keep us safe. I hope so," she sniffs, "but I can hear the monsters at night sometimes. Real ones out in the jungle. I can hear them trying to get in. They're scary." Both look towards the wall. It does have those big ears. Maybe she really can hear creatures gathering in the jungle, scratching at walls, looking for weak points. That gives you shivers. Find Cal and excitedly drag him to the barn where he keeps his pet dilly pillar. Figured out what she eats. Rocks. Tell Cal about the dilly pillar you saw on the plains. "She's really gonna get that big," Cal breathes. He looks as worried as you feel. Cal hesitantly places the rocks before her, takes one in her delicate little forepaws, nibbles on it, and shoves it in her mouth. Trills and runs around in a circle, waving her paws for more. 1 second. "It worked," Cal crows, giving you a big hug. "Thank you, Solana say. You saved socks." "We saved socks, baby!" I just got an achievement called Petting Pets, and I have no idea what that's from. Let me check. Pet your pet. Oh, I clicked on one of them through his interact bubble, and it pet my pet. Kyle's digging up something in the garden, creating a neat little stack of vegetables in his wheelbarrow. "Hey, Solana say," he says, taking off his gloves to guard his hand through his hair. "How's it hanging?" Okay, I don't know if we really need to grind out friendship with him anymore. Oh! Oh! They make the noise. So I could do lookout duty, which is perception and animals. Oh, hey, so it's basically just perception and animals without having to go out. Interesting. That one doesn't have much dialogue, so... Friendship's at 20. If we get her to 30, she'll get another level. She like logs. Let's see, what can I do? I could go do more events in the nearby area. But I feel like at this point we should try getting engineering up. Because we've done everything else that we really need to. So we'll just grind out like some engineering. So close to bravery perk? Kind of, yeah. I mean, we'll just get that from exploring, so... Tell Hal you're interested in the job. It's great news, he says, beaming. You're one of my best students, Solana say. I'll start you off as my assistant for the younger kids, but I'll bet you'll be helping the older ones in no time. No shame in that, though. Everyone learns at their own pace. As you know, I hold classes every day. Just come by whenever you have time. I'm sure a smart young lady like yourself is in high demand around here. And we get tutoring. We could probably do better than this. I don't know. Wow, the things that give me +1 to everything are a good bonus. Hello, Rife. How are you? And then it's dust, so we can give everyone gifts again. We wait for Cal. I sit up. I'm glad it's nice to be here at least. Hope morning get better. And it's an enemy's birthday. I unfortunately do not have a red egg, which is weird. None of them have spawned. And I'm not gonna give her the cake, because I need that. So I guess I just give her a mush with luck. Brain requires a nearly continuous supply of glucose, Tange says. Glucose is commonly found in foods you register as sweet, which is why humanity has evolved to crave foods that are high in sugar. Tange looks up from her hollow pad with a thoughtful look. I have very little desire for sweetness, she muses. Does that mean my brain is more efficient than that of other humans? When is Mars's birthday? We'll keep the crystal then. There's nothing really to give her specifically, though. I'm finding the game very well. This is technically my second playthrough. If you know about the secret run to get the shields up, I have done that. I knew about this game before I bought it, so I ended up just doing the playthrough to get all the things for turning the shields higher in my second run, so they'd all be easier. So while this is technically my second run, I have geoponics survived and there's no famine and everything. Who was I giving gifts to still? I think I already gave this one. Yeah. Okay, our friendship with Dis is looking good, pretty good. Tammy could be higher, but like, or Mars and Tammy. Mars specifically could be higher, but it's not a big deal. Oh yes, I wanted to look at, xenobotany. Hey kiddo, your dad says, looking up from his work desk where he's dissecting a huge bell-shaped flower. Hand me that separator. I really got my hands in things here. College, please. Hand of the tool, which he uses to wedge open some sort of weird stoma-like opening inside the bell. Gooey purple nectar oozes out and pools on the desk. Whoa, he exclaims. Thought I'd drain this little beauty. Can you get a towel, I guess? Help him mop up the flower juice. Yuck, it's sticky and smells like rotting vegetables. When you're done, he looks at you with pride. You know, I've been thinking about getting one of you kids to come help me out with researching the native plants, he says. I think you might be able to break off some time to help your old man in the lab. Now, you've been studying biology, yeah. It's not as glamorous as gene tech research with instance, but it is important. Okay, so let me talk to your mom about it tonight before you go telling her. Not a fan of alien plants, you know. Up to her, we'd fill these greenhouses with earth plants, and nothing else. There's gotta be more on this planet that we can cultivate. Find any cool plants, we'll explore and bring them here and we can take a look at them. So, xenobotany is biology and organizing. That organizing is really good. I need organizing. Engineering is at 50, which I believe skill checks only ever go as high as 50. So I think I'm fine for the rest of the game on engineering, technically. Organizing and persuasion, friendship with Mars. Organizing and perception, and friendship with Mars. Nothing really new in here. I guess I'll just do xenobotany. Dad introduces you to the little lab they have set up in one of the greenhouses. It's incredible, he says, gesturing all around him. Surrounded by alien flora, and we know practically nothing about it. What's edible? What's medicine? What can we make fibers with or build with, or use in ways we haven't thought of yet? Beams at you. You and me. We're gonna find out, my little potato. Dad directs you to a research bench, and here's where you'll be working. Bench is buried under samples and beakers and weird-looking alien sprouts. More than just a simple table, the analysis bench is covered with buttons and little holes you can put things into. Press buttons at random. Mash all the table's buttons until, yo yo yo, kiddo. It's congruence. The friendly ship's computer beams at you from her own holoscreen set into the bench. Of course she's here. She's guardian of all knowledge in the colony, after all. I wonder who she got yo 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 from. Dad laughs. Don't tell anyone, but congruence is the real brains of the operation, he confesses. It's not like it's a secret. She'll make sure we don't do anything super dangerous. It means you and I get to focus on experimentation. Follow the rules and stick to what you already know. You won't learn anything new, so don't be afraid to try stuff. Bring your mushwood samples to the lab. You're going to study these and revolutionize the use of mushwood lumber. Maybe. Study this. Mushwood. Examine the mushwood under a microscope and take notes on its cellular structure. Part of the reason it needs to be harvested and wet is because the cells get so saturated that they lose structural integrity and turn, mush during glow. Studying the exact process by which the cells take in water leads to a breakthrough. Might be possible to hack the process and stop the mushwood trees from taking on too much water during wet. If they don't take on much water, they won't take as long to dry. Oh, that gives this colony defense. Should be able to develop a spray that the loggers can apply to the fruit and body of the mushwood. Part that sticks out above the ground to close its pores. Reducing negative pressure in the body should stop it from pulling so much water from the mycelial network underground. It's great. Logging will be much more efficient now. Card becomes 2. Well, value is wild, so... I guess we could have gotten a 4 bonus there, but whatever. Lynn! Check group chat, Ogie. Puppy! Puppy Fluffy. Svertumnalia. Hi, Jelly! How It's Vertumnalia, time for speeches, games, and feasting. Take a seat with your family in the colony squares. You can glance at the feast table. Just like always, it's so heavy with food you can imagine it bending under the weight. This year, you spot the addition of something new. Great big tureens of glowing beans. Weird. Everyone's in good spirits, calling out to each other and laughing. Even the heat of dust doesn't put a damper on the celebration. Governor Udicott takes the stage and manages to calm everyone down. Welcome, everyone, to our 4th Vertumnalia celebrations, he says, speaking through a maxophoner. His voice has been getting weaker lately and can't reach across the square the way it used to. Proud, as always, to stand before you as your governor. Celebrate another year of peace and prosperity on this beautiful planet. Udicott steps aside, wobbling a little as she walks, leaving Seek to complete the annual formalities. Mom steps forward. You might have noticed new glow-in-the-dark food on the feast table this year. These are pixie beans, our first domesticated Vertumnan crop. Crowd applauds, and your mom raises her hands. Credit goes to Geranium. He insisted we dedicated a third of our fields to them. She'll also have to thank him for the light show in your toilets tonight. A smattering of laughter ripples through the crowd. Your dad chuckles nervously. Udicott's weighty voice rattles through the maxophoner. Thank you, everyone. Let's get on with the games. The crowd packs away the chairs as children gather in the squares. What competition do you participate in this year? Oh, then. Tangent's science fair project is monstrously complicated. It gives a 20-minute speech about cell division and a few different Vertumnan species that goes not just over your head, but the heads of everyone in the crowd. What is she even doing locked up in the lab all day? Insta intrigued, she asked Tange a series of questions, soon honing in on something Tange overlooked. Tange is so upset with herself she can barely finish answering. Tammy is also completing this year. She charms the judges by showing off her beaded bracelets. She wears illustrated DNA double helix. She has complementary scientific accuracy. She ties each one on each other. She ties one on each other their wrists. Teaches everyone how to make them. I don't think that's a sentence. +2 bonus to pairs. Wahoo! Good at math. Project this year is on power generation, explaining the ways colony will be able to generate power once the nuclear engines eventually need to be turned off. Compared the efficiency of burning mushwood pellets, spark snow with the thin oil they found under the southern swamps. We'll have to outfit the colony with solar power, but those panels are full of precious metals you haven't found alternatives for on Vertumna. Include that wind and hydroelectric power, the easiest to maintain and the most sustainable. Pressing everyone with your working model of a hydroelectric dam. It's kind of weird we haven't found those metals here, because, metals in the universe are pretty much all the same. Finally, it's time for the feast. Pixie beans are a hit. Parents tell everyone about all their many benefits. A native plant so it grows well. Super nutritious, tastes great, they're really versatile, and kids love their bright, multicolored glow. Rumbling stomach has made you grouchy. You can't eat until your parents finally stop bragging about their dumb beans. Set of the options: pixie bean soup, pixie bean salad, pixie bean chili, and even a pixie bean aquafaba-based dessert. Everything glows in the gentle evening twilight. Suddenly shove your pixie bean everything around on your plate. Don't even want to eat them anymore. Stupid beans, stupid feasts, stupid games, stupid everyone. Ah! Every time someone turns to talk to you, especially about how great these beans are and how great your parents are for growing them, just get more irritated. Just beans. Like they love these beans more than they love you. Probably just hungry. I can't remember if this gets us a loyalty. I'm just gonna get the rebellion now. -1 toughness. Fuck you. Yeah, who says you have to eat a bunch of stupid glowing gimmick beans? They're not a boss of you. Get to decide what goes in your body. Dad is amused, but your mom isn't so forgiving. Eat your food, Solana say. She says sternly. Worked hard to make this food for you. Dad tries to calm the situation, but your mom slams her fist on the table. Noise makes everyone nearby stop talking, turn to stare at you. You want to rebel against these stupid beans, but the truth is, you're too hungry to resist. Count backwards from 10 to calm yourself down so you don't blow up at your mom. Why is she smiling all the time? God. Settle and glowering over her your plate of beans. She notices, just purses her lips and turns away from you to talk to someone else. Rude. Shovel the food in your mouth, trying to not look like you're enjoying it. Okay. It as is delicious, everyone said. Start to feel more human the more you eat. Right, yeah. Food is great. You do feel better after you eat something. Everyone's in high spirits after dinner, break off in little groups to talk, make music together as the sky darkens for the shortest night of the year. Feel your mood improve by the minutes as your friends pull you in a fun rhythmic clapping game. As your irritation fades, you wonder if this is what congruence meant when she warned you their hormones and you can feel out of control sometimes. When you go back to your quarters to get ready for bed, your dad gives you a big hug. It's exactly what you needed. Just need to get friendship with Cal. Really in the groove, munching on day-glow roasted pixie beans and feeling just good. Everything is going right for once. You catch yourself giggling for no reason. For fun, you decide to put a pixie bean through the analyzer. Sure, your dad already studied it, but there's gotta be stuff you don't know about it. Like you could only just discovered today how incandescently delicious. Oh, fuck off. Fucking Dark Souls wince. How incandescently delicious they are roasted. You can figure out why they glow. You can make everything glow. Analyzer spits out a bunch of info, and congruence helps you interpret it. She says, if she really needs to ponder anything. The readings are different than the initial ones, suggesting possible amplification with certain hormones. Higher bioactivity in situ. Regular words, please. Congruence, please. Pardon me, Solana said. They might mess with human brain functions under some conditions. We should perform the analysis again. Sounds important. Run more samples of roasted pixie beans with the analyzer, but you only get more frustrated. Certain these are clean samples, Congruence asked. I'm detecting anomalies in the readings. Excuse me for asking, but have you washed your hands? Of course you have. Have a meltdown. Run the experiment correctly. Give up. Don't know what to do. Try everything, even scrubbing the beans clean with acid. Congruence reverts to her most robotic, focused entirely on figuring out this puzzle. When a normally chipper voice goes monotone and cold, it makes you feel so lost. Never gonna get this right. You start to feel tears prickling your eyes. You wipe your eyes to try to focus. Once the samples are finally scanned, you help Congruence run simulations to see what effect the pixie beans might have on different types of brain chemistry. Do you have permission to do this, Solana said? It requires significant power, she asked. Wave your hands at her. Of course, sure, whatever, you giggle. No one's here to stop you, right? Pressing all that simulation data makes the greenhouse lights flicker. You might get in trouble for that later. What do you care? You're doing science. It's very funny we're doing all of this work to figure it out, even though, earlier, I think they fuck with hormonal levels, and this confirms it. So we really should have stopped, 3 dialogues ago. My jaw, sorry. Congruence chews on the results for, less time than it would have taken you. Still an appreciable amount of time for her, a supercomputer. She says finally, Solana say, have you been feeling not yourself lately? As if your thoughts and reactions are more dramatic, even more so than usual. Now that you think about it. Obviously, we test for toxicity before we clear native plants for consumption, but there are limitations. For example, accounting for the hormonal fluctuations of people undergoing puberty. Congruence explains that there seems to be a chemical in the pixie beans that hyperbonds to estrogen and testosterone. That combination of molecules activates receptors in your brain way more than just the hormones alone. Chemical will build up over weeks first, then it's going to hit a flashpoint and look at all the beans you've been munching on all afternoon, all week. Uh-oh. Call your dad and take a look over your findings. There's no way there's... He mutters as he scrolls through his holopalm, then he stops. Well, I'll be Jiminied. How are you feeling, Solana say? Look over from where you've been balancing a sample beaker on your forehead. Beaker slides off and you bounce it on your knee a few times before catching it. Burst out laughing for no reason at all. Dad blinks at you. That answers my question. I've got to stop eating these beans. Right now. Dad looks upset. Lulu was right, he says, collapsing in a nearby chair and rubbing his eyes. You didn't trust these things. And for one hell of it, I told you so. Look at him in shock. You hardly ever see him swear. Mom's probably gonna give him both cures for this. Status ended. Hormones. At least you won't have the hydroponics and other successful crops. You won't starve if you have to toss out all those fields for fixie beans. Which normally you can. You can. I don't know how to do better than that. A lot of kudos. Late dust. I'm actually kind of unsure if I will have enough friendship with Cal. I think the thing that happens is either next year or the year after. Cal looks up from his planting. What's up, Solana say? Or I think it's actually the year after. It should be fine. I don't remember, though. Wanna help? I got a lot of seeds to get in the ground. Tell him about the time Tange brought a skunk bug for show and tell in biology, and he got scared and made the worst, most smelliest, grossest stink you had ever smelled, and everyone thought Tange had farted. I need it before the thing. The big twist happens. Then Professor Hal had to clear out the whole room, and it took weeks to get the smell out of beanbags, and it was so gross. Also kind of neat how such a tiny bug could make a whole room of kids run away. Cal laughs. I remember that, Solana say, except the way I heard it wasn't Tange, it was you. Biology 80? Wow. We can just do xenobotany again. Hey, Squirt, your mom calls out to you. Don't you think it's time you started thinking about what you're gonna do when you're older? Look at her in confusion. She always telling you to stay in school. Chuckles. You gotta think about it sometime, kid. How about you come join your folks on the farm? If you think you're up for it. I'm ready. Mom claps you on the back. She's just as strong as she looks. Great, she says. Come see me in geoponics when you're ready to start. It'll be more fun than wheeling dirt around, I promise. Unlocked farming. Oh, keep between rounds. That's really good. Farming is a great way to get Cal events. Anything in here does it, though. So, like, xenobotany also counts. I know you said you didn't have xenobotany unlocked, though. Early what? I forgot to give Cal a fucking birthday gift. God damn it. And I don't have an autosave back then, because you only have... Why are my autosaves so, like, weirdly spread out? Oh well. I could just give him the cake now, but... I guess I can just give him it now and then, like, buy more if I need to. He's the only person I need to ever give cake to, so... Everyone else has easier stuff to give them, but he has a special bonus for cake, so... Animals, empathy... Biology and toughness. That's actually pretty good. I do need organizing up, though. Gives you 10 kudos, and this gives you 15. I don't know how to do better. Mid-wet, there's nothing. I could just go out and explore and stuff, but... Having one of your dreams ever since you first touched your dad's workbench. Spiraling threads of DNA, vitamin and earth flora intertwined. Chloroplasts dancing together, purple and green, purple and green. I don't actually remember what this is. This colorful dream has come knowledge, and a strong urge to see if it is true. Oh wait, no, I remember this is. This was like a hard challenge last time. Can vitamin and earth plants be confined via gene tech? Select hardy native plants and fruitful plants humans have cultivated for millennia. You remember which ones and which genomes to use because you've done this before in another life. Why is that a... Oh, because this card. Well, that card fucks it all up. Oh, and they all get +1, so this fucks up the straight anyways. I don't know. Double check congruence of simulations 100 times, and the results are always the same. Truly viable genome composed of genes from both Earth and Vertumna. Every chemical situation congruence can run. It successfully take roots and flourishes. Draw 2 extra cards, wow. +5 colony food. Holy shit. Look at the tiny, barely sprouted plants. It'll be a beginning of a new era of agriculture on this planet. Can't wait to take this knowledge and use it on other Earth plants. Strawberries, banana, kiwis, all the delicate plants need such careful tending and hydroponics. Growing strong in Vertumnan soil, feeding the colony for generations to come. Okay, so we basically just made it so we don't need the domes. And then we get increased rewards. Mom has always been a result-oriented person. She doesn't like to experiment just to see what might happen. She likes science that she already knows and trusts will work. When you call her in to see what you've done, she smiles as proudly as you've ever seen her smile before. Even she can't argue with congruence's results. Earn twice the kudos working in the lab from now on. Recognition of your contribution to the colony's continued survival. I think that's basically the way of saying that, like, you've completed everything you can do from xenobotany. What's your friendship up to now, buddy? 65. That's good, yeah. I already spend as little time around other teenagers as possible, Tan sniffs dismissively. Now that everyone smells and is growing hair in unfortunate places, absolutely not. Her lip curls in disgust. A cosmic joke, hormones that encourage us to be intimate with one another, while simultaneously turning us into disgusting, sweating, stinking beasts. Ah, no, thank you. I've never allowed my biology to dictate who I am, and I don't intend to start now. I guess that's true. Seems you remembered my birthday, Tan says. Yeah. I don't know what specifically else there is to do. I guess let's just finish off biology. Well, that's fine. Whatever. Awa. +6 biology. Wowie. Collectibles respawn faster. Yeah. Mom gives you a stern look. Be careful, she warns you. Now that we know that for a fact it isn't safe during glow, I won't have you venturing close to the walls. Stay where I can see you, close to the ship. We'll work on organizing next. More slots are filled, like, the spaces, like, items can spawn in. So, tutoring gives reasoning. I do need reasoning up, like, pretty high. I do need organizing up, though. I think there's something that gives me both. This just gives me biology. No, I have literally never looked in here. Funny. Because I've always rested somewhere else. I guess I did last stream a little bit. Biology, reasoning, engineering, reasoning. Reasoning and empathy. Shit ton more reasoning than other things, though. I guess I'll do at least one of the depot. See, close their eyes when they see you report to the depot for your first day as a clerk. Oh, it's you, they deadpan. At least you might learn something useful while you're here. Depot is where the precious nanoprinter lives. Seek lords over it like a tyrant, and they don't like children. That's true. I could get empathy fairly easily by doing a little bit. Right now, it hasn't really come up, though, that I, like, have needed to ever get rid of cards. Load the depot module on your holopalm. Especially because, like, if you do exploring, you know, you have to relax sometimes. So, like, you tend to get enough just from relaxing most of the time. Load the depot module on your holopalm and walk you through the process. People submit requisitions for the nanoprinter through this portal, they explain. It's your job to program the correct routine in the nanoprinter to fulfill their order. Menu record is available for delivery or pickup, depending on if we have a delivery person available. Seek grumbles, and we almost never do. That perfunctory explanation Seeks leaves you to figure out what to do on your own. It's okay for the first hour or so because no one puts in a requisition at all. It is pretty early. Maybe everyone's still asleep. Clean organize the depot. There isn't a lot to organize as you don't store a lot of stuff here except for things people need all the time, like toothpaste, but you find a bucket and start to mop the floors the old-fashioned way. Nothing wrong with taking pride in your work. Oh, hey, nice. Jerk back to reality by a haptic pulse of your holopalm. Your first order. Suddenly open your holopalm and read it. Elbow grease, 1 gallon reads. From Cal, Geoponics, delivery, ASAP. Just missed the phony requisition. Damn, this is just a bunch of reasoning checks, huh? Haha, Cal's got jokes. Another one pops up on your holo screen. Flashlight fluid, 2 gallons. An enemy, sports ball, delivery ASAP. Another bogus requisition. Are your friends trying to prank you? Barely dismissed that second one before a third one comes in. Idiot gas, flammable, 2 cubic meters, pressurized, tangent, engineering, delivery, ASAP, caution. I think this is Mars doing this. Tan's not really the pranking type, but you stop yourself and look up idiot gas. You dismiss the requisition and message your friends to knock it off. Finally, you get a real requisition and get down to work. It's easier than you thought. Just finishing up when Mars strolls in. Damn, since I don't have enough organizing already, I can't, like, do the skill check. Just hops up on the depot counter and primly crosses her legs. I'm so totally relieved to have you as my assistant here, Solana say. Finally, someone to haul boxes and fetch things so I can focus on important things. Maybe we could share responsibilities. Don't care which of you is in charge, Seeks interrupts, so long as you get the work done. Seek pauses. Wait, did you wash the floors? They say, looking impressed. Well, that does deserve a reward. Here you go. Swipe their hollow palm and you feel yours pulse. It's a couple of kudos are deposited in your account. Mars could hardly wait until Seek is gonna giggle. Either way, I'm glad you're here. This job is usually so boring. I could maybe get better with 5s, but then I lose the color bonus that way. Could have done better. Whatever. Another year, another glow. Everyone's pretty sure there's going to be attack this year, so the colony is on high alert. Also, having the pets is really good for grinding out skills later, because I have a +1 to, like, everything. Collecting glowflies in geoponics gardens with Cal and Nemi when sirens begin to wail. Stop what you're doing and look at each other nervously. Parents run off to help defend the farms, telling you to get inside the greenhouse and stay quiet. Nemi declares she's going to the walls to watch the soldiers fight. Knows a good spot. Help defend the gates. Scramble down from the walls and are immediately faced with a seething wall of hot buys. Kinda thought there were only a handful of these usually peaceful creatures in previous years, but there's swarms of them now. Yeah, but it's so random if you can get an upgrade, unfortunately. Like, I'll rest at the park probably to try to get it, but like, it's so random. Not just hot eyes. Once your eyes adjust to the chaos, you can see large creatures that look like walking bushes. Wild centipede-looking things with long spider legs. At least one giant mini-eyed thing that's hovering clear off the ground, defying gravity. All seem to be incited into a frenzy, attacking everything in sight and trying to get through the walls. Dark and chaotic. Come sees you through the fray. Solana, he shouts, get to safety. Suddenly not sure this is a good idea, but then you look up and see Nemi shouting encouragement from the wall. Making up with guts for what you lack in sensor skill, you charge in without plan. +17 stress because you're immediately rammed in the side by what looks like a living pile of rocks. You go down. See sky, then dirt, then sky again as you're tossed through the air. You land at a heap at the base of the wall, ringing in your ears, you hear Nemi screaming for come to help. We do have enough stress that if we get through this, we could probably just push through. Stumble to your feet, body vibrating with adrenaline. You can feel blood trickling over your face, and it hurts like someone stabbing you in the chest when you breathe. Calm runs over and sends bolts of energy coursing from his stun gloves to the creature, but mostly being compromised of rock. Seems unfazed. Does, however, swing its head to look at him, giving you a chance to flee. Oh, but it fucking locks my 1 card? No! That's not good. And I can't just load to fix this either, because, like... Fuck off. What a shit roll. Well, I have 8 of these, so I can kind of just force it. There we go. Broken bodies leaking like a garden hose, but somehow, managed to improvise a spear out of a bit of rebar from the ever-present construction and throw yourself at the gargantuan creature. You and Calm duck and weave around the monster, him getting its attention and you jamming your spear in its armored body, looking for weak points. It seems impossible. The thing is all wrought. You feel yourself beginning to lose hold of reality, your vision fuzzing out at the edges. Finally, Calm yells, there, as it roars. Lunge for its snapjaw mouth and jam the spear in and up. You can feel its flesh parting as the spear lodges up in its brain cage and sticks, and the spear is ripped out of your hands. The creature howls in pain, rears up on its hind legs. Mighty crash, it collapses to the ground. +4 friendship with an enemy. Holy shit, a 9 card? I like how it's -3 to cards with higher values, but I don't think I've ever gotten higher than a 9. Colin limps over to you and supports you before you crumple with it. Don't know how he did that, he says, awestruck, but it's probably the coolest thing I've ever done in my life. Most stupid, he laughs, but also the coolest. Come on, let's get you to a medbay, hero. Parents are arguing quietly at your little table, telling you it wasn't a fluke, your mom says. They're not just wild animals. They have a plan. Fields, the lights. I'm kind of annoyed that you get injured still, even though he takes you to a med bed. Okay, your dad replies, taking your hands across the tabletop to tell people what we saw in geoponics. Look up, noticing you in the doorway. Your dad's worried expression quickly changes to a smile. Hey, Rudavega. Sees you limping, still a little loopy from the med bed. Solana say, what happened? Are you hurt? Happened to the fields. Mom stands up. Don't worry about that, she snaps. Go to bed, it's late, and have a lot of work to do tomorrow to clean up. Okay. And then we're at age 14. And yeah, we still have enough time to make friends with Cal. Okay. Tangent looks up from her holopalm, blinking as her eyes refocus on the middle distance, then on you. Previously long hair is gone, buzzed close to her scalp. Almost didn't recognize her when you first saw her. Wonder if it was caused by a lab accident or something. Yeah. Hello, Solana, she says, already caged. Did you need something? No, I just came by to say hello. Faintest hint of release passed across Tange's face. Get the impression that not pressing on her personal appearance was a wise choice. Oh, well, hello then, Tange replies. She raises her hand as if to push her hair out of her face. Stops when she realizes what she's doing. Rather busy at the moment, actually, so if you don't mind. Reasoning 80 or greater. We are going to have to explore soon because we're running out of gift items. I mean, we're going to explore anyways because I need to for the heroic buff, but... Oh fuck. This is a really good event. Jenny, are you here? Yeah. Catch Dis on a ridge overlooking the wilderness, bobbing his head along to something playing through his hair speak. Doesn't notice you walk up. Jumps when you tap him on the shoulder and scrambles to turn off his holopalm. Don't sneak up on me like that. Grumbles and flops backward on the grass to look up at you. Man, it's just getting the good part of the song. What are you listening to? Dis looks away. Just some old music from Earth. You probably wouldn't like it. Try me. Sit down beside Dis and extend your hand to link your hollow palms. Dis stares at you for a few seconds before pressing his palm to yours. Music floods your brain through your hair speak. Dis takes his hand back and weaves his fingers together. Timid. I listen to a lot of Earth music, he says. Do you like it? Yes. Love this band. Dis cracks a small smile, relieved. Good, he says. It's my favorite right now. I always listen to the same album on repeat. It's comfort music. I really like your voice. Stares into his lap. Sometimes I feel like the lyrics are about me, he admits. Just so deep. Like my soul really gets this kind of music. But don't tell anyone, okay? Makes me feel better. Think that someone knows my pain. Even if it's just a dead Earth woman. Just nods and closes his eyes. Yeah, he replies. A lot of time to think, not like everyone else here. Lie back in the grass and listen to Dis's music for a while. Hold his hand. Reach out tentatively and link your pinky fingers with Dis, feeling him tense up beside you. Darts you a nervous glance, looks back up at the sky when he sees you looking back at him. His cheeks go completely red. He doesn't hold your hand, but he doesn't move his away either. Scene is really nice. And this is the only song in the game with lyrics. Yeah, I'm gonna do the Dis romance this run. I did Tange's last time. Especially because his romance can lead to a few ending things. But he's also just my first choice. Ah, thank you for the resubscription, Kyogre. How are you? That seems very nice. Cal waves at you as you enter the garden, leaning on his shovel. Hey, Solana, he calls, but his eyes look past you. Down the path to where an enemy is beating the absolute tar out of a training dummy. Fierce battle cries echo across the colony, making Cal wince. It's been going totally hard lately, huh? He says. Scratches his face, smearing dirt across his cheek. She asked me yesterday if I wanted to spar with her. She said it would be good for self-defense. Cal smiles sadly at the memory. Told her I don't want to fight. Not her, not a training dummy. Not anything on this planet, for real. I don't agree with the choice I'm going to take here, but we're going to do it for friendship. Also, yeah, Zalia is good. Never seen her get so mad at me. She called me a baby and told me I'm just going to end up forcing everyone to protect me because I'm weak or helpless or whatever. Seems upset and stabs the ground a few times with his shovel. Just don't think it's right to fight anyone, especially the Xenos. They were here first, he says. What do you think, Zahana say? I would normally say sometimes we don't have a choice, but I want friendship. So. Cal looks relieved. I'm glad you think so too, he says. Everyone's always telling me to see both sides of the argument, like they think that just because I'm young I haven't made up my mind yet. Shrugs. Just think if you have to hurt someone to get what you need, you don't deserve to have it. His eyes go back to Anemone. She stops sparring with the training dummy. She's looking up at the gardens as she has a drink. Neither she nor Cal wave at the other. Cal clenches his fist. There's got to be a way to figure out how to live in peace with all the cool things that live on this planet. Says, like, hey, look at this weed I saw growing over here. Good card, too. Here's the point where we start getting really fucking overpowered decks. Cal has such strong convictions. It's one of the things you like best about him, even some people disagree with them. Spend a few hours with Cal in the garden as he shows off the area that he's getting ready for the next planting season. Adults are really starting to trust him with more planting as he gets older, and he beams with pride. You finally head out, you're just as sturdy as he is, but you feel so much lighter. That scene's also really cute. Her new design is also cute. I just pointed with my hands. I guess I could turn hand tracking on, like, permanently now. Is this the button? It is. Let's see. Okay, cool. I can just leave hand tracking on nowadays because we're not playing anything too intensive. Let me just move the little tracker a little bit. Now I have tracking again. Done. Let me give gifts to everyone as well. I already gave one to her. Need to give one to him. Catch Tis scrolling through his holopalm. I used to watch a lot of videos, he says, frowning. I don't know why. It's all garbage. Who cares about this stuff? It's not real. It's gestures to the wilderness. That's real. Okay, so we're on target for all of the friendships we actually need for story unlocks. Your 14 years old and stay calm when others get frazzled. Got a knack for finding hidden things or staying hidden when you need to. Know all sorts of things about animals. I guess this dialogue is how you can tell what career ending you're on track to getting. Because the careers are based on what you do during the game the most. So like Lynn got merchant because spent most of the time in the depot. And it looks like at current my perception skill and my animals are what it's basing off of. You're Lynn. Only one end now. They took one of your ends. I still need to get organizing up. Oh, I need a rest though. I forgot. There were so many scenes that I need to explore and stuff. And I just forgot. Visit Cal and Socks before your work shift one morning, just to check up on them. As you expected, Cal has Socks out for her twice daily playtime. Hey, Solana, he says, waving. Look what I taught Socks to do. At his gesture, Socks stands up on her hind legs and wiggles her upper body at you, like she's waving too. Who's a smart girl? You are. Next, Cal gestures in a circle, and Socks curls up in a ball. Then he raises both hands in the air like a scary monster. Socks rears up and chitters menacingly. Cal says pew pew, and Socks rolls over and sticks all of her feet in the air. You count at least 14 legs. Happens when she outgrows her box. Sock clambers up Cal's arms, almost toppling over with her weight, curls up across his shoulders like a scarf. She looks seriously heavy. Well, people hardly use this barn anymore, Cal says, adjusting her weight. It's just storage. Maybe she can live in the rafters. Pretty sure your mom comes in here often. As the head of geoponics, would you hold her tongue? Socks hasn't been discovered yet. Maybe she's really good at hiding. How do you find food for her? Cal looks distressed. It's really hard, he admits. She eats so much right now. Tons of leaves and grasses, and these rocks, of course. I think she swallows them all together and chews it up in her guts like a float cow. Teeth look like they go all the way down to her throat. I don't know if I can keep hiding how much food she eats, though, Cal says sadly. I wonder if that's something we have to do, is like, we have to go get food for her. Does she get lonely? Cal says, looking down at the ground. I think so. She used to sleep all the time, and now she needs to run around and climb a lot more. Still come here every morning and evening and let her out, he says defensively. She goes back in her box right away when I tell her. She's a good dilly pillar, I promise. She knows she's not supposed to go outside without me. Pets her snout. I think maybe she's just not a baby anymore, you know? I don't really want to forget either of those. It's your birthday. You wake from a night of blissfully peaceful dreams. No nightmares, no premonitions, just a pleasant feeling of contentment. Stretch your arms over your head, blinking at the watery, quiet sunlight that seeps through the porthole window. Things are always changing on Vertumna, but you can't help but feel like things are changing for yourself too. Not just your body, but your mind, your emotions, your future. 14 is going to be your year. Also, I kind of have the same birthday as Solana. 'Cause, like, hers is in, like, mid-winter. And mine is in February. So we kind of have the same birthday. Parents have been working around the clock since last attack, trying to get the fields right again in time for this year's planting. Spark snow has already started falling, and every day they come home complaining about having to clear it. What? Kissy. Ask you to ping them when you're awake so you can share birthday breakfast in your quarters instead of sitting shoulder to shoulder with everyone else during the breakfast service in canteen. Fire them a message and lie back in your bunk, watching dust motes float lazily in the light. Wait a minute, there's a knock at the door. It's Auntie Seaton. Biting you. Biting you. Messed up and evil. Sweeps into your room in a bustle of skirts and shawls. Sits down beside you on your bunk. Well, look at you, she says. Happy birthday, beautiful. 14 years old. She leans in and gives you a motherly kiss on the forehead. It's been years since she took care of you in the children's crash, but all the kids still call her Auntie and think of her as a close relative. Her sweet baking bread smell is as comforting as it ever was. I do need more blue cards, so I'm gonna pick the kind of mean choice. Sniffies. Ah. She sits back and takes one of your hands in both of hers. Solana say, ever since I held you in my arms as a baby, I knew you were so special, so important. I'm a young woman, but I want you to know I will always be here for you, just like your mom and dad, she says firmly. I really just want to say thanks, but the blue card is worth a lot more to us right now. Oh, plus it's a gem card, yeah. She laughs and releases your hand. Well then, Miss Maturity, how would you call me Aunt Anne from now on, like the other adults do? Now come in here, Aunt Anne says, spreading her arms wide. Give us a great big hug. I honestly prefer Antecedent, especially because that's closer to her actual name of, you know, Antecedent. You hug her, enveloping yourself in the warm and familiar softness of her. Over her shoulder, you see Nemi standing in the doorway. Well, her hair anyway, so growing it out, and there's no hiding it behind a corner. Skips into your quarters. Happy birthday, bud, she says, bouncing on your bunk. Way to get older. Enjoy being 2 years older than me for a few months. Thought you were on your way to medbay, Anne tells her. Nemi shrugs. Turns to you. Annie is supposed to get her menstruation cessation implant today. Yeah, that changed her name. Mom, Nemi hollers. Gross. Solana say doesn't want to hear about my period. And smiles fondly at her daughter. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Annie. Getting your period is a beautiful thing. It reminds us that we have the ability to make life. So when you're growing up and becoming an adult and ready to take on the responsibility of taking care of that life. Nemi wrinkles her nose and throws herself on your bed. Never making life. Ew, pass. I think we get friendship for this. No, okay. Right, Nemi agrees. She's always like this. This is bad. When I got my period, she made me a cake with a red gooey center that said, "Welcome to womanhood." I can only have negative associations with that because of the present political climate. But she rolls her eyes. It's bad enough. I shot up overnight and got boobs and want to cry all the time. She has to go around telling everyone too. I get the devs definitely did not mean it, but it's very funny. Parents finally arrive, still damp from the fields, and bringing the smell of crisp, tangy snow on their clothes. Oh look, birthday visitors, your dad exclaims. Anne, are you staying for breakfast? And reaches into her bag and brings out a stack of tiffins. No, thank you, but I brought your order with me from this kitchen, seeing as I was stopping by. Pats your hand one more time. Happy birthday again, Solana say. Always be my baby, even when you're all grown up. Ha. Oh, so cute. Mom shakes her head as Anne and Nemi leave. Oh, Anne, she laughs. Sentimental to the core. Starts laying out the cutlery for breakfast, but I don't know how the colony would manage without her in the children's creche, she says. Points a fork at you. Family is more than the people that birthed you, Solana say, and don't you forget it. I do like how this game is very socialist and stuff, but in it acknowledges stuff that isn't super talked about all the time, like communal raising of children. I'm not going to read all of that because it's long and we've already read it. I think I already gave everyone gifts. Yeah. So, what am I trying to do? Oh, yes. I need to explore first thing. Also, it's nice that you can just rename your character anytime. Do we want to go out exploring the plains, or do we want to do nearby? Nearby gives us bravery, which we are pretty close to, though. Let's just do nearby, especially because I think there's an event specifically we can get. And this area tends to spawn a lot of medicinal roots, which I could use. We've already read this, so I'm not going to read it again. 4 is a decent card to have locked. I should get my empathy up just a little bit, though, to get rid of these 0 cards. I have a shit ton of kudos, so can kind of just do whatever. Holy shit. We got like all of our all of our 4 and 5 cards. Trying to plant something gives us stress, but we get biology. Spot the most spectacular flower you've ever seen. It's nearly a meter wide, all beautiful pinks and glittering rainbow hues, like a powdery oil slick. When the wind rustles it, the shimmer is breathtaking. You need it. You need to have it for... This could be good for making straights. Smart. You resist the flower's allure. Plus, I don't think I had that card before, so it's just good to collect. Jenny. Could probably have done that better, but oh well. Oh, it becomes a 3 no matter what. I'm not sure if I actually like that card terribly much then. There's no way to really play this better. Apparently there was, but I don't really understand how. Let's go back and do that Unisaur stress thing. Plus I missed a route down here. There's a route over there. Our perception is almost maxed as well, which means exploring will be insane. Because once you get perception 100, you just get to, I'm sure I could play this better, but I'm not entirely sure how. But, once you get 100 perception, you can just walk around a lot of these things. So, like, even though, like, right now, you know, if I walk into an event, there's an invisible hitbox that I have to complete the event. I can't just go around it. Once you get 100 perception, though, you can just walk around them. Which is useful for trying to get, like, you know, items. Also, yeah. Yeah, Salia. Apa. Don't push the rock. Oh hey, there's a bravery perk. Every event in exploring causes plus 10 stress instead of plus 15. Oh, that's very good. We can explore for way longer now. Especially because, like, the pet gives us less stress and The perk I chose as a kid gives us less stress. We could probably explore, like, entire maps now in one go. Provided things work out right. Yeah. I don't really have, like, the, like, way to do that, though, you know? I don't have enough, equipment slots. Look how many fucking 4s I have, holy shit. Yeah, that sounds really good. I don't know if I'm geared to do that, though. And we have a new perception perk, because we just got that. That's good. Which means we can just go to the end of areas now without having to do anything. Which is really, really good, especially for some of the story stuff that happens later. We've been enlightened by mastering a skill, plus 1 to all mental skill increases. Oh. That's new. Forced organization perk is a gear slot, yeah. Mom is tending to her garden as you relax nearby. You're both happy to leave each other alone, but you can hear her muttering to herself as she pulls weeds. Okay, Bat. Good night. Every day, she grumbles. You think I was never here at all with how some of these weeds grow. Thought that bringing only nice plants would mean we don't have to weed as much, but these vertumnant plants, they're unstoppable. She pulls hard on one weed, which turns out to be a creeping vine that yanks out a few flowers. Just want one place on this planet that's ours. Ask more about Earth. It's like this place, your mom says, but a lot worse. She sits back on her heels and wipes her face. Hot summers, cold winters, storms, wildfires, smog, radiation. Weeding was the least of our problems, honestly. That's why I wanted this place, something that could remind us of the Earth that was. Mom dumps a huge armful of weeds into a wheelbarrow. Let's go all the way to the edge of the colony, she says wearily. Why do I plant these roots belong to? They're invading my garden. Turns toward the walls and yells, you stupid pink bastards. Stay there, out there where you belong. Forget the one card. Early pollen, so it's birthday we don't have. Okay, that's fine. But we can give everyone birthday gifts provided it's not their birthday. This thing. Spot tangent leaning against the wall outside engineering. She's yawning, rubbing her eyes and staring off into space. Okay, so we have her at, okay, we don't have her at 80, but tired. She startled as she walked up. Oh, so honestly, I was just taking a short break. Tired. Yeah, she says simply. I didn't sleep last night, the night before, so we're going to bonus assignment for biology class. Slept in 2 days. More like 3, she replies. Pause for another jaw-cracking yawn. But as I said, I'm tired. Even my enhanced body has limitations. Look at her quizzically. Don't need to sleep as much as other people. It's genetic what's it, she says quizzically. You know, a DNA enhancement. I guess sometimes even I forget to do it. Should set myself a reminder. Hollow, add to schedule, sleeping nightly, 2300 for 3 hours. Hollow Palm emits her tone in response. Find her someplace to nap. Tange follows you obediently in an engineering wing, too tired to protest. Slip into the medbay to grab a blanket and pillow off a shelf. By the time you return, Tange has already fallen asleep curled up in an egg chair in the waiting area. Gently place the blanket over her, and she comes happily before going slack with much needed sleep. I swear there's... Oh, I know what gives us reasoning and organizing. It's the robotics lab. Well, so I could use this +1 all mental skill increases for 3 months. For that, right? But I think I want to use it for organizing, honestly. You attend a secret fun times club meeting. Mars brings the meeting to order. Tange reads the minutes of the previous club meeting. Tammy serves flowery tea and soy sweets. It's funny, since we haven't done anything in command the entire game, like, we were never introduced to the thing. We were never introduced to the club. It just happens. For order of business, I'm instituting a new rule, Mars says, and clears her throat. Rule 5. All members of the SFC must wear uniforms to all club meetings. Taps are hollow palm and shows you a uniform idea. Black pants and dark blue shirts with high necklines billowing at the cut. She definitely designed them according to her taste. We just do this because it gets friendship. Voice your support for the new uniforms, but it quickly turns into a shouting match. Cal and Tange don't want to wear uniforms at all. Nemi wants them to be shorts and jerseys like her sports ball uniform. Tammy watches everyone argue with growing horror but doesn't voice her opinion. In the end, Mars calls a vote, and you're soundly outnumbered. Mars accepts this with surprising grace. Well, they're trying to make us look more legitimate, she says, but if you really feel strongly about it, that's fine. Keep working on it until we can find something everyone can agree on. Come to a compromise. Instead of uniforms, you all wear a label pin with the club's logo. Spend the rest of the meeting designing SFC pins and printing them on a nanoprinter. If anyone doesn't have the kudos, Mars pays without complaint. Huh? I guess, yeah, huh? I am sure I could play this better, but I'm not entirely sure how. There we go. I could play the 8 card, which they most assuredly want me to do, but I'm not going to do that. Plus 6 organizing. Whoa. Mid-pollen, no birthdays. Scrolling through a holo novel behind the desk when Tangent comes in. Pauses and looks uncomfortable, and she sees you and Mars looking at her and quickly disappears into the shelves. You and Mars shrug. A few minutes later, Tangent comes up to the counter and drops a fistful of candy. She shifts from foot to foot as you ring her up, jostling up and down and rubbing her stomach. I also need something from behind the counter, she says quietly. Some medicine. Ask her what she needs, and she mumbles a name you can't hear. And repeat that. Stars. I need fart pills, okay. Stupid alien bacteria and all the weird native food makes my stomach upset. I'm not reading all of this. -2 friendship with Tangent. Fuck me. I think try to lighten the mood also. No, it just gives +2 friendship. And no minus. Tange pouts and Mars continues. Look, there's a lot of things in the colony that always kind of suck. Nanoprinter's always busy when I want to do my nails a different color. Things are sucky, you just have to laugh at them. Joking about the bad things make them feel less bad. Tange musters up a tiny smile. I guess, she says. Don't make me come up with a pun, though. I absolutely refuse. She leaves, looking a little lighter and more relieved than when she came in. Unsure how that could have gone better, but oh well. Okay, also I have enough organizing for the thing I need later. We're gonna do it just to get my perk, but I have enough organizing to unlock robotics now, so. Hey, Dis. You can get Dis's secret too. I don't remember this dialogue. Leave the front gates and see Dis talking to one of the senior surveyors. Oh, I remember this. I just don't remember the choices. Listens intently to their instructions. The surveyor hands him a satchel of instruments and claps him on the shoulder before walking away. Dis turns to you. Hey, Soloniste, he says. He hikes the satchel on his shoulder and gives you a shy smile. It's kind of weird to be allowed outside the walls. Remember when we used to sneak out? His eyes crinkle at the corners. It was so easy to avoid Chief Surveyor Tonin, he says wistfully. It's the weirdest thing you've seen. Also, Jenny, I hope you're here, because more disc dialogue. This looks up at the sky with a thoughtful look. This big rock in the western ridges is almost totally flat on top. Yet near it makes me feel happy? He smiles. So strange, and it's really hard to leave. First time I went there, I laid on top of it so long that I almost missed the transport back. I know it's my job, but I haven't told anyone about it yet, he says. I don't know how to explain it, but it's almost like it wants to be kept a secret. Sounds kind of romantic. Isolated place that makes you feel good? Yeah. This blinks at you. The thought truly hadn't crossed his mind. Frowns, I guess, he says, if the words taste bad in his mouth. This looks pretty busy, so you say goodbye and let him get back to his work. Have to keep some of his secrets for now. I'm not sure if that romance choice hurt the relationship or not, but I don't think it did. Mars is watching a vid from the Earth on her holopalm. I think it only matters if it gets like negative friendship. Gestures you over and you sync your holopalm with hers. The auto track comes through your hair speak. Mars knows every word. Beside you, she recites the dialogue perfectly along with the actors. It's the day we met. I devoted my life to finding you. I searched every train station, every coffee shop, every museum and park for you, she says. Or every waking thought was only of you. I swear this is from an actual thing, but I cannot remember. Her voice goes higher, and I dreamed of you, she says. Every night my heart called to yours in the dark. Never hoped to dream I would find you again. Here now, she says, playing the first part again. Here, I'm never leaving your side again. Mars drags her hand down her face. The couple in the vid kiss passionately. Ah, she exclaims. I've seen this vid 100 times, and the end always makes me want to yards. Went on a train once and spent forever looking for each other. Like, move on, you know. It's not like living here where there's only 100 people to pick from. In a huge city, go find anyone else. Yeah, this movie sucks, right? Mars exclaims. Nothing else to watch because we're stuck on this stupid planet. Before you can protest, she puts up a hand. Okay, fine. I do like the city parts. Isn't it post-real to imagine cities so big you could get lost in them? So many people that you could never meet someone and then never see them again in your life. Mars waves away the vid screen. Sometimes I think I could have been born back on Earth, not on this dumb spaceship. Walk punches the hull of the ship behind her. All those cities and people and the stuff you could do. Watching new vids, going to concerts. The only culture here is going to a lab. Mars sighs dreamily. And the shopping. So much stuff on Earth. Anything could dream, not just the rubbish your old nanoprinters can make. Cool jacket. Buy it for 50 kudos. Sure, I guess. That's plus 20 persuasion. And I have plenty of kudos for the rest of the game. Bored of everything I own, Mars complains. Speaking of shopping, you want to trade some kudos for one of my old jackets? Dad say I can't print more stuff until I get rid of something. So 50 kudos sounds fair. Mars takes off her jacket, watches critically as you try it on. Well, it matches your hair, she says, but it kind of puckers at the shoulders. Really tailor-printed to fit me. She almost looks like she's going to take it back for a second before putting her hands up in surrender. No, I admit, looks good on you. Makes you look posh. Okay. The problem with having items like that is you have to know when to equip them. Unless you, save and then load. Which, to be fair, is actually reasonable and is, I think, kind of expected by the game. The game encourages save scumming through, the weird multiversal bullshit and all that. So, I guess, if I ever just find something I need a persuasion check for and don't have enough. Let's go get our organizing up. 233. Press calls the meeting of the Secret Fun Times Club together. Declares it's time to put the secret part of the SFC into effect. Going to play spies. First of all, the adults know something about the attacks. Also, I do remember I actually did find about the SFC. I'm forgetting a lot of stuff from last stream, unfortunately. Because I've been so focused on the ends and all that. The adults know something about the attacks and glow that they're not telling us. Council meeting is starting soon, just down the hall. We're going to investigate. Naomi crosses her arms. Not gonna do it, she says. I didn't sign up for any Get in Trouble club. Insulting to think the adults are hiding information from us, Tange points out. Something dangerous out there, we should all know. Tammy wrings her hands, worried at the very idea. Yeah, Cal agrees. If something is making the animals attack us, maybe we can help figure it out. We won't have to hurt the animals. I don't know. Okay. You, Tange, Cal, and Mars creep down the hall toward the council room. It's still empty. Good. Mars pulls a small crystal object out of her pocket and shows it to you. Sort of resembles your holopalm. She whispers, it's a 3D camera, like the kind they used to record holovids. Solana says is going to hide it in the council room. Sure. Pretend to be cleaning. A, organizing 20. Grab a static mop from a panel on the wall and vigorously wipe the floor as you enter the empty council room. Work your way over to a potted antler frame and drop the crystal in the pot while pretending to dust it. Success. You casually make your way back into the room and rejoin the others. Mars beams at you. Good work, Solana say. Now, shh, it's starting. However, you watch the feed on your holopalm as the council members enter the room. Start with some formalities, not all that different from how Mars starts your club meetings. Antecedent gives the first report. Hey, it didn't say on here. Funny. On domestic matters, we're almost finished construction on the next phase of the living area, she says. Other than that, we're doing well. Instance gives the report from engineering. Research the electrical bugs the children discovered had been chewing through the wiring, she says impassively. Even in great numbers, they provide far too little energy to make them a viable alternative energy source. However, power efficiency is up across the board due to our efforts in exterminating them. Nothing to report from geoponics, your mom says, clearing her throat. Struggling with introducing earth vegetables to fertile soil, but early observations look promising. Efforts to cultivate native plants are going well. I like how, outdated this dialogue is. I have mixed earth plants with vertumnant plants, and now they can grow in the soil fine. Judcott gives your mother her full endorsement. Trent gives his report from defense, working on a strategy for dealing with the next Xeno attack. Utopia cuts in. On that note, there's still a matter of our scanners picking up that broadcast, but only in glow season, she says, standing up and putting her hands on the table. Has to be connected to the attack somehow. We should investigate now. Judcott shakes her head. We never ever near the colony doing glow. Strangers go recklessly off into the wilderness when the animals are so agitated. Won't be responsible if we're endangering more colonists, Judcott continues. Something's out there doing glow. I want to try to investigate when things are more calm. Utopia slams her fist against the table. If we don't investigate soon, we'll all be in danger, she shouts. We can't keep living like this. Red also stands up and points his finger at Utopia. I'll be the one responsible for telling the family of your explorer. They didn't make it back, not you, so I'll thank you not to make decisions regarding the security of the colony. The rest of the council erupts in a raised voice and angry adults. Mars turns off the stream audio, leaving them to continue arguing silently as you all stare quietly at each other. Can't believe they're arguing at a time like this, Mars mutters, clenching her fist. Don't know what to do at all. They just tell us they do. Makes a noise of frustration. Utica is way out of touch with what really matters. She's like a crone, and everyone else is just her cronies. Tange solemnly records her findings in this club's secret ledger. Everyone else exchanged worried looks. Not so sure you're happy you heard any of this. Okay, there we go. And then we should get the organizing perk. Equip an additional gear. Probably just engineering books for now, since we're trying to grind out engineering and such. Don't give anything to Cal, because his birthday's this month. Dis is rifling through his backpack, and as you approach, he pulls out a handful of dried roots and fungus chips. It's actually a lot to eat out there, he says, looking out into the wilderness. You just have to pay attention or listen. Have some medicinal roots. Which brings him up to 70. Just need to get 20 more. Spot Tan sitting on a large boulder outside the lab. She's eating a pressed soy bar ration with determination, alternating bites with huge gulps of water to wash it down as quickly as possible. What are you doing out here? Stops her grim work long enough to acknowledge your question. I hit the limit on the number of consecutive hours they'll allow me to work in the lab, she says. So I'm taking a break, she says, making mocking air quotes around the sentence. How dare they? That's what I said, Tange replies. They just think they can boss me around because I'm younger. Scoffs. I'm smarter than any two of them combined. Ah, Tange groans and rubs her bloodshot eyes. Just want to work, you know. So frustrating to be deep in the zone. Feeling like I'm just on the precipice of a discovery. Then someone tells me that apparently my genius is taking too long. Wanting to treat me like I belong there, the way Dr. Instance does, Tange mutters. She actually respects me. They're just jealous that she likes me more. Tange slides off the boulder and you see the color bleed from her face as she stumbles into you, nearly crumpling to the ground. Oh, she grits out, leaning over while the dizziness passes. Thought the nutritional uptake of that bar would be quicker than a real meal, especially after taking into account the time required to walk to the cafeteria. Trails off, realizing she's clutching your jacket and pushes you away. My apologies, she says, brushing herself off. Regrettably, it seems, only human. And she scrubs her hands over her face. Sometimes it feels like I'm a prisoner in my own body. I feel myself trapped in it, a stinking, sweating bag of meat and bad impulses. Stuck with the burden of keeping alive every day for the rest of my life, and her voice breaks. And she takes a few seconds to compose herself, blotting her eyes daintily with her knuckles. It's resentment for my physical form. Reminds me of when I was little, and Instance used the gene tech to give me this body. The right body. Only this body's wrong too, she adds quietly. It's right in a lot of ways, but it's still imperfect. It's still human. If I were an AI, everything would be more simple. I could just do my work. I could just do what I'm good at. No messy biological functions, no emotions. Just clear and beautiful purpose. I hate this, Tange sniffles. I hate feeling like this. Always here to listen. Tangent manages a watery smile as she wipes her eyes. Thanks, she says. Apologize for being all wet on you. Won't happen again. +6 if this has the highest value, but it's a 2, so it's never going to. She wipes her eyes and straightens her jacket, then takes a deep breath and holds it for 10 seconds, her eyes closed. By the time she opens them again, she looks ready to go back to work as if nothing has happened. Admire Tangent's determination, but sometimes you think it might come at a price. Also, yeah, no, literal transhumanism. She's trans. So we just need to get engineering up, I guess. Well, we should get reasoning up. Hey, Solanace, you made it. Hal claps you soundly on the back and welcomes you to class. Everyone, you know Solanace. She's here to help you with your classwork, so don't be afraid to ask her if you're stuck on something. Turns to you. Thanks for helping out. Some kids are here because they need a little extra help, others because they work best with a partner. No judgment. There are a lot of different ways to learn in this classroom. Settle in to help the younger students learn how to use their holopalms to access the HoloNet. Congruence is massive database. Congruence has everything they could ever need. Music, movies, games, novels, and comics. Calculator, a timer, encyclopedia, textbooks, the colony's social media. Specialized tools for different jobs like architectural holograms. It's a massively powerful tool. It's in their literal hands. Oh, I know something we need to do. We need to get friendship up with Cal. Fuck. Mostly interested in the games. Some understand it less than others. Why do we gotta read about stuff? Nougat whines, poking dejectedly at her holoscreen. Skin around her newly implanted holopalm looks a little red, like she keeps picking at it. I just want to go play. That looks infected. Take a closer look. Nougat's holopalm implant. The edges where it meets the skin are peeling back, and it looks red and puffy. Wonder if she's having a hard time concentrating. It looks like it really hurts. Take her to medbay, put some antibiotic cream on it, and wrap her hands so she stops picking at it. Excuse from this lesson until her implant heals properly. Spend some time with her afterwards, showing her how your own holopalm works. Quieter environment of the medbay seems to help her concentrate, and soon she's zipping through Congruence archive on her own. Looks like you're getting pretty good at this tutoring business. Wahoo. It's time for Votumnalia. As you file into the main square, you notice the feast table's looking good this year. Your ponic fields have been transformed into a small slice of earth thanks to supplies you brought across the stars with you. Every year, your parents look more and more optimistic as crops begin to flourish. Soon, powdered soy protein will be a distant memory. Utica takes her place on stage. My, she says, her voice soft and paper-thin through the holophoner. Come to another Votumnalia already. Spreads her thin arms in welcome. Let us enjoy our blessings together. Colony applauds, and Utica bows her head in thanks. Science fair. Taryn just reworked her project from last year. You remember it. Something terribly complicated is that cell differentiation in Vertonin species, plant, animal, and fungus alike. Melted down when Dr. Instance pressed her on something, but this year she's all business, back and better than ever. She has not only corrected her error, but added a ton more complexity and depth to her analysis. And students listens intently and congratulates her on a marvelous comeback. For her project, Tammy explains the science of baking and how the humidity here affects making bread. It's bad science. She doesn't actually explain how, but that's just that it does, but it follows free samples for the judges. She explains her creative substitutions given the famine. It's very funny that we get this dialogue back here, that the feast looks really good and geoponics worked. But then this dialogue still mentions the famine that we didn't get. A locked 5 is pretty alright. Oh, -2 because the neighboring cards. I don't have another 4. I'm sure I could do a lot better than this, but I'm not entirely sure how. Oh, only 1 score better, that's fine. Studying the yearly attacks, they only happen during glow, but why? When graphing and analyzing surveyor data on the animals, and discovered the attacks don't correlate with natural behavior and migration patterns. But at first, the wormhole might agitate them. It does put off low-frequency waves during glow that haven't yet been fully studied. So a year ago, you started monitoring the waves. Realized there were actually 2 waveforms, one from the wormhole, and a weaker one based somewhere on the planet. During glow, when the vibrations from the wormhole are present, it seems to activate something in the planet's frequency, making it stronger and more complex. Frequencies run right through the colony like targeted beams, drawing animal migrations closer. It's almost as if something is summoning the animals. Colony defense, friendship, and then a card. Judges are amazed. This is a huge breakthrough, and it all happened just because you want to win a science fair. A lot of work to do to be able to use this theory for forecasting the next attack. But is excited to study this further. In the science fair, hands down. Nami and Calm organize a giant sports ball tournament and sets up a food stall serving with sweet potato juice, slushies, and spiral cut potatoes and skewers. The party just keeps going. It's great. Mid-dust. Oh, I missed Anemone's birthday. Oh well. That's okay. I don't think it has any, because it's very scripted. Did I already give you gifts this season? I did. This isn't a sewer hide. Okay, that's fine. Work on the farm, biology and toughness. Biology and organizing. I need organizing more, so we'll do organizing. That's an okay card to be locked. That's fine. God damn, 46. Plus 8 biology. Hot damn. And it's late dusk, so it's Cal's birthday. Do we still have a cake? Find Cal in the gardening shed, splitting his lunch with socks. Here, girl, eat up, he says, feeding her little nuggets of cube trippet by hand. Chirps and twines around his arm, waving her little front feet. Sees you and jumps, and relaxes when he realizes it's only you. He usually just eats a little bit of the harvest, he confides sheepishly. I've been watching the food so closely, I didn't want to get her in trouble. My favorite food, and on my birthday, too. Okay, we only need to get 10 more friendship. I don't know if I can get it in time, though. I can give him another cake next season, but I don't know if that's enough. Even if we work as much as possible. Do any of these give us any more friendship with him? I don't think they do. Yeah, they're all just one friendship. Work often overlaps with Tangent's work in the biochemistry and genetics lab, so it's not uncommon for her to pop by, ask questions about what you're working on, or for you to ask her for help interpreting some test results. She's uncharacteristically animated whenever she gets to talk about science, almost like she's a whole different person. She even laughs sometimes. Don't you think it's so interesting how a determinate species resist being classified by any known taxonomy? She asked, peering into the root network you've sandwiched between pieces of clear glass. Also, I think I have enough friendship with Tange now. She stands up. Feels like everything is a little bit fungal, she says. Spores, fruiting bodies, mycelial networks, even in animals. Some animals here even photosynthesize. Vision between plant, animal, and fungus less strict here than it is on Earth. Cellular level, many animal species have properties of plants, and vice versa. Okay, that dialogue choice doesn't matter because it gives you the same dialogue either way. Launches into an explanation of how high energy bonds store energy and require metal catalysts, like iron in human blood and chlorophyll in green earth plants. How the different hues of retumnant plants must mean they use an entirely unknown elemental catalyst, possibly not even a metal at all. It's a little advanced for you, but Tange is very excited about it. She stops and takes a breath, winded by her own monologue. Zounds, Solana say. If retumnant plants and animals share an elemental catalyst, found out what it is, you could learn so much about this planet. Show Tangent what you've been working on. All the samples, simulations, results of scans and experiments. Incredible, Tangent says, going over your notes. And attempting to map the genomes of various samples in order to construct a phylogenetic tree, but we're at a capacity already. Of course. 10 kudos and 1 help, Tangent. Tangent smiles. Thank you, Solana say. It's more helpful than I can say. Chief Engineer Instance forwards you some kudos for sharing your work. I was gonna ask where I lost kudos from, but it was from, Oh wait, we don't get a straight that way then. But we spent it on a cake. Early wet. Hi, Cal. Oh hey, we can get friendship with him because we have biology high enough. Found something you might like. Have a cake. Cal's eyes go wide. Wow, Solana say this is my favorite thing on the whole planet. Makes grabby hands of the cakes, takes a big huff of the pleasant sugary smell as his eyes slip close in sheer pleasure. Wow, Solana say, he breathes. Really are the best of the best. What's our friendship with him now? 75. Cal is looking a little sickly. Well, I found this really pretty flower growing in the garden. I've never seen it before. Take a look at it and soon begin to feel sick yourself. Wait, is this plant radioactive? What? It's radioactive, Cal says, backing up quickly. Good thing you knew that. What do we do? Not sure, but if you study it in the geoponics lab, might be able to figure out how to neutralize the radiation. Oh, hey, Salia. So you can get this without having engineering and exploring. If you have high enough friendship with Cal, you can get it really early. Because I got that way, way late game before. Back in the lab, you have all the right equipment to properly examine that radioactive plant you found. Maybe you can find a way to protect yourself from them so you don't need to drag a radiation-proof environment suit every time you go to that part of the planet. The dialogue is even for that I did earlier. But you need 40 engineering, at least. Radiation poisoning isn't the killer it used to be on Earth. With medbeds, you can flush out deadly doses of radiation in a few hours. Still make you really sick, though, and high enough doses could kill you before you're even able to reach a medbed. How confident are you that you know how to protect yourself? Super confident, no problem. Yeah, you've totally got a handle on this. You're an engineering wonder kid. Take all the correct precautions. Clear the area of anything that might be contaminated. We have radiation-proof hazsuit. Regularly check the radiation levels of the lab, and you have congruence on standby to call for help if you need it. Everything goes smoothly. Discover that the radioactive part of the plant is confined to the carpel of the flower, its reproductive organs. The petals act as a radioactive shield to protect the rest of the plant. press the center of the flower. The petals close and block the radiation enough that a person can pass by without feeling sick. Neat. You should be able to use this to protect yourself next time you encounter this plant in the wild. God, harvesting mushroot is such an easy card to get, and it's so good. Hello, Shalal. Am I going to have enough friendship with him? Just barely. But we will. You gotta do something to get rebellion up again. Surveyor Tonin found Blepcrest shortly after colony landed on Vertumna. Waxy violet grass grows almost everywhere near the colony. When you steep its roots, you get a deep purple tea. Tastes horrible, grassy and bitter. But it's a stimulant, mildly hallucinogenic. So adults think it's great. They've been drinking it for years with no ill effects except for an overwhelming urge to stick your tongue out. Say blah when you taste it. Trying to cultivate new variants that don't taste as awful or have more potent stimulant or hallucinogenic properties. Maybe you'll even find some entirely new medicinal usage. Ready to test a new strain. Tangent would probably appreciate a better stimulant, and Cal would appreciate a nicer trip. Who'll be your test subject? I gave it to Tange last time I played, but since I want friendship with Cal, we bring it to Cal. Bring Cal a cup of freshly brewed wet tea and tell him to give it a try. Grimaces at the taste, but he drinks the whole thing. Plus, testing on a human's card is really good. It's 6 and neighbors become blue. He's a strong one, that Cal. You've arranged to do this test at the end of Cal's workday, just in case it really knocks him out. After a while, you ask him to report how he feels. Cal blinks at you lazily. And now we have 80. Oh, hey, Solana, he says. I was just noticing you're there. In a deep philosophical conversation with a bobber plant for the last few hours. Delighted when it bobs up and down like it's agreeing with him. Hi is really pleasant, he says, surfing his hands with a slight breeze. Don't think I like the, my heart feels funny. Like it's beating too fast. And like it just stops. And like, worried it doesn't want to start again. And it goes thump, thump really hard when it starts up again, you know. Sounds like Cal experiencing some pretty common palpitation symptoms. Tell Cal this strain may be too strong, but he disagrees. No, it's fine, he says. It's just a little weird at first. I know everything's gonna be fine. It won't bother me as much. Next time it'll be totally chill. Sure, man, go nuts. Next time, well, sure, if you were... Well, sure, you were just gonna toss the rest of the strain anyway, but if Cal wants to have a real deep relax with it, no harm there. That was very scuffed. Wah, bedding. Wah. And then it's late wet. Come here, you little scene kid. Now we're at Friendship 74. Tange looks up from her work, holding her stomach as it rumbles audibly. What? Again, who cursed me with a mortal form? I did not ask for this. Reaches into her bag and pulls out a protein bar. Downside of requiring less sleep is the body burns more calories while awake, she says, taking a bite. Caloric intake is much higher, similarly to that of a bodybuilder. Just fitting, as I do have the strongest brain in the colony. Have a root. Oh, biology is almost max. Maybe we should just do something with biology then. I do want to get some other skills up, particularly engineering. I think I can get reasoning up in here, though. 2 biology, 1 reasoning. And biology is organizing, I believe, or xenobotany. Yeah, we'll just do this. Gene tech. Not every plant has to be what it seems. You can take a plant's genome and nudge it a little bit. Make it more resistant to disease or require less water, giving it a higher yield or more delicious fruit. Humans used to do this on Earth, even before the advent of gene tech. Congruence tells you that bananas and corns used to be barely edible before people bred them for human consumption. Gene tech, it's even easier. Card becomes 3. That's not great. Also, fuck, I forgot radioactive plant is really good. don't know how I could have gotten that better. Do you start with boosted attributes whenever you reset? To an extent. You get to choose a few more, enhance your DNA and engineering. I might do that for the perks. You can choose, like, some birthday gifts and stuff you normally don't get to choose. And, if you do what I did, which was, like, a secret route, you get it so, instead of geoponics being destroyed when you go through the wormhole, you actually get to keep it, so you never have a famine and stuff. And also some other things. You've been learning about different organizational methods in school. Alphabetical, chronological, Dewey Decimal. Honestly, it sounds like a lot of work. Oh, this is a good card. Why would you bother to organize anything when you can just ask congruence to find whatever you need? It's just paperwork. Because even though it's a 1, +1 for each unplayed card, especially with the things like that I have right now that lets me draw like 2 extra cards, that can easily be like a 6 most hands. Oh, and I get +1 all mental skill increases for 3 months. Interesting. Do you even know why we call it paperwork? Your mom laughs. It's true, it's not like you're sorting actual paper. Back on Earth, we used to have paper to... Nah, never mind. She slaps you on the back. For you for having your your head together. I just realized, since Glow counts as a different season, you can totally give Dis another gift during it. Anyone that's out, you can just give an extra gift. Which usually isn't really many people besides Nemi and such. Nemi grabs you by the shoulders. Solana-say, you gotta help me, she says urgently. Mom keeps talking about how we're all gonna have to start having babies, and she gets this look about her. I don't want to have any scungy babies. Nemi shudders with her whole body. Why'd I gotta be in the girl body anyway? I'm tougher and stronger than lots of boys, and no one's telling them they gotta have babies. So biology is maxed. We will go in here. Or no, engineering. And we can tinker with my DNA. All the people in the colony, you understand genetics the best, besides Dr. Instance, probably. Trust you to attend to the gene tech machine. Access to a machine like this, you could get yourself a new genetic enhancement. Sure, you probably shouldn't mess with your gene too much in vivo. One little change couldn't hurt. Of course I want to. So these just give us cards, but they actually give us attributes as well. I need to like look up what these are again, but I don't remember what guide I had that says what they do. Because they do more than just the cards say. They also give you like +1 to challenges, and I think +1 to increases. So... I guess a +1 to mental skills would probably be good. Getting toughness up would be good, but like... Perception and animals are already almost maxed. Whereas we need 3 things in mental we want to level. I might need combat up for some things in this run I want to do. But I have no idea if the checks are combat or just toughness is my problem. And Salia, you haven't done what I'm talking about, so I can't ask you, unfortunately. And the guide just says that, like, there's some card battles, but, like, there's not any actual skill checks, as far as I know. We could also do extra fingers to get +1 in this, but... I don't know if we're ever gonna really level up social skills. Like, social skills can do a decent amount of stuff in the game, but they definitely do the least out of everything. We could just get extra fingers so it catches up faster, though. Because, like... That way, if we do want to level things, we could just do whatever. I'll try extra fingers. It's a tricky process, much more complicated than modifying the malleable stem cells of an embryo. Wouldn't risk doing it again, but this time it works out. Dr. Instance knows what you've done, but you take her silence as tacit approval of your risky experiment. I don't think I can ever do that again. Yeah, I only get the choice to do that once. Polydactyl. I don't know. I can get reasoning, organizing, engineering, and toughness up pretty decently on their own. I think I might need empathy for some of the later stuff I want to do. I also kind of want combat up, but I don't know. Let me just... Made yourself grow an extra finger in a single month, yeah. I could get my animals up. Just to try to get animals to 100. I kind of want to start working on combat in case I need it. And at least get it to like 50. Jenny. I guess I should do something that gives me mental though, because I haven't increased for 3 months. This gives me reasoning and empathy, sure. Headed off on lunch break when you see Mars and Tange sitting together in the engineering break room. Tange is eating a sandwich while also scrolling her hollow palm with it. And Mars is half collapsed on the table, barely holding her head up on her hand as she pouts at Tange. Come on, she whines. Said we were gonna hang out after lunch. Aren't you done eating yet? Tange takes a slow, deliberate bite out of her sandwich and chews while making direct eye contact with Mars. Goes from funny to awkward to hilarious as Mars's face falls. She puts her head on the table and groans. Proper mastication is important for digestive health, Tange answers primly, smile curling at the corner of her mouth. You can masticate in private, Mars mutters. What are you reading, and how is it more important than me, your best and only friend on the planet? I think I'm probably better friends. Just something for work, Tange answers. It's really interesting. I didn't know Dr. Instance was so well published, even though she was only 25 when the Strato left her. She was practically a prodigy like me. Looks at her holoscreen again. It's absolutely fascinating. So lucky to have an accomplished researcher here on Vertumna. Hey, and I have enough biology to actually do this. I didn't have enough to do it last time I did this. Take a seat at the table and sneak a look at Tange's screen. Catch a few words. Recombination, tissue tropism, RNA, protein sheath, intrinsic immunity. Maybe it's something to do with viruses. From the pictures, possibly also fungi. Without further examination, it's hard to tell. Tange notices you looking and shuts off her hollow palm, shooting you a cool look. Wait, I want to learn about macrophages. Tange looks startled, but also pleased. Damn, almost 90 friendship with her. That's good. She turns her hollow palm back on and tilts it to you so you can read along. It's dense, but interesting, and definitely about viruses that affect fungi. Didn't know you were interested in Instance's older work as well, Solana say, Tange says. Perhaps you could work together to parse the next section. It's particularly challenging. OMG. I'm still curious what OMG means. They never ever say God in this. Nerds, Mars laughs. Look at you two eggheads. Better you than me. Tange graces you with a small, thankful smile. Been eating for like half an hour, Tange. Come on, Mars says, pulling her hands down her face. Please, can we do something fun before some rampaging Xeno eats us? Both too pretty to die of boredom. That's a very unfortunate dialogue to be in glow season. Tange smiles. You think I'm pretty, Mars? She asks, seeming genuinely curious. Mars sets her hand on top of Tange's. The prettiest, she swears. With her hand over her heart. Even prettier than me. Well, I mean, I went to the looks department, but I think smart women get, like, extra points. I guess. You have to wonder, though, if God even existed, like... At least the Christian God in this universe. I guess they do mention Vertumna, the god the planet is named after. Tange says, putting her hand on top of Mars's hand, leaning in to fix Mars with an unusually flirtatious expression. Yes, do tell me all about my great beauty, she deadpans. It's all I live for. Mars laughs and then tosses her hair over her shoulder, and you tune them out in favor of eating your lunch before you expect back in engineering. Card gets +2. Oh, but then we have... Not really sure if I can do better than this. Could have significantly, but I'm not really sure how. God, +9 reasoning. +6 from 1 challenge. Super goal, freaky gear, engineering books. Gear, house gratitude, enlightened status. Oh, so we just get... Or no, I played house gratitude. Roar wakes you, would wake the dead. Shakes the walls, rumbles through the ship's hull, and makes your heart skip a beat. Paralyzed by a sudden clench of fear in your gut. Through your porthole window, you hear metal screeching and people shouting. Then another roar, guttural and rumbling like the sound of a mountain collapsing. Something enormous is out there. Run out to face it. Don't know what gives you the courage, but you run out to the fields to face the horrible creature face to... It has no face. Place of a face, or even a head. Its body just unzips, revealing a mess of writhing pink tentacles and blinking eyes, pocked with jagged, asymmetrical teeth. Stands on 4 enormously powerful legs, each as wide across as tree trunks. Clinging to its back in its thick, slud-like tail, clumps of lichen that glow faintly in the night. Creatures nearly twice the height of a greenhouse, standing on top of a flattened one, the wreckage of lattice and plants all around. Flickers of light from plas rifles and stun gloves light it from underneath, and the stench of ozone is thick in the air. See Nemi and her brother Calm darting in and around its legs with their twin shocks of red hair. Faceless creature lurches into another greenhouse, oblivious to the soldiers trying to herd it away. Monster left a trail of destruction from where it smashed right through the walls. Smaller creatures are pouring into the gap and heading towards... Yeah, it's a Northway game. You know what, I have a question. So we can skip the enlightened bonus, right? If I just load this, it should take me back to before I did a job. If I do lookout before this, I believe it changes something here. Show up bright and early for muster with the other garrison recruits, mostly younger people, the older, more experienced security officers, all posted up for guard duty. Nemi is here, though, her rowdy red hair tied back into a poof. Shouts you a little grin as she follows in formation beside you. Shift from foot to foot awkwardly, not sure where to put your hands. Nemi nudges you with her elbow and gestures that you should stand like her, hands clasped loosely behind your back. Manage that just as Security Chief Rhett comes to speak to the recruits. Morning recruits, he calls, his voice cutting through the still morning air. Pauses, looking at the assembled band of motley youth. Morning, I need that rebellion. Crosses his arms. We'll be working on that, he says. Work in the garrison isn't like other jobs, children. Here you'll be expected to give 100% every day. Burn some food in the kitchen or shovel the wrong pile of dirt in geoponics. It's no big deal. Here, it can be a matter of life or death, not just for you, but for everyone in the colony. Loyalty, dedication, self-sacrifice, and honor. These are the soldier's creed, Rhett says, steely-gazed and even. Wonder how many battles he saw on Earth. Just like your mom, he doesn't like to talk about it. It's not a place for half-assed kids to run around and play soldier. Look around awkwardly at the other recruits. It's a little intense for lookout duty. Rhett catches your attention wavering and speaks directly to you, staring you right in the eye. Laziness and ego have no place here, he says. If you slack off and let something slip past you, you could die. Friends and family could die. This isn't school, he booms. This is real life. Real danger. If you even blink too long, we're all dead. Why does this give me loyalty? Ugh. I thought that would give me something other than just loyalty, but it just gives you loyalty. They're both bad for me. Loyalty is probably good for some people's builds, but both of those were not good. Alright, Abby, goodbye. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna end very soon, by the way. After this season and after the event that happens, we're going to end. Just so you know. Can't take Rhett's burning stare for very long. It makes you uncomfortable, but also it's just so funny in a way you can't describe. It takes all your concentration not to giggle. Red sighs and claps you on the shoulder. I don't mean to scare you kids, he addresses the group. Really do need you to know that this isn't a fun little game. Can't sneak your little friends into the watchtower. You can't work on your homework. Can't catch up on sleep. And the lookout duty seems like an easy job for kids to do. To keep busy, it's very important. You need to practice keeping your eyes peeled. We'll see if I actually get the thing I'm talking about, by the way. I'm trying to do something here that will affect that event. Okay, yes. You're on lookout duty when you hear the sound, a deep rumbling in the distance. A tremendous crackling, and when you peer through your holoculars, you can see the canopy of the forest begin to collapse in on itself. Entire trees being trampled underfoot. Something enormous is coming this way. Sound the alarm. Trigger the sirens, waking everyone. Still a few clicks away, so the soldiers have time to get into position. Watch its movement by falling of the trees, and relay that to the security officers below. I don't think I need to do the bravery check anymore, but we'll do it just because I have the ability to. 10 minutes later, it breaks the tree line out of charge. A massive blur in the dark, plowing into the east wall. The thing is so tall, the wall only comes up to its chest. You can see it's horrible. Massive pink, fleshy tentacles and blinking eyes. Pocked with jagged, asymmetrical teeth. Charges straight through the walls into the colony. Standing on that east wall, you'd be dead now. Down to face it. We get this again. Monster left a trail of destruction from where it smashed right through the walls. Smaller creatures are pouring into the gap and heading towards a wall of laser fire, thanks to your advance warning. Smaller creatures are obliterated long before they can get further into the colony. Some stragglers make it almost all the way to the doors to the command. Governor Udicott inside before they're gunned down. Strange that they'd ignore other targets and go straight for command. Almost tactical. Have another, much bigger problem to worry about. I don't think facing it on our own really does anything. Yeah. Run towards geoponics, picking up a handful of rocks as you cross through the barren fields. Com sees you, he gestures for you to flee. Get out of here, Solana he says. You're gonna get yourself killed. Grip your rockets in defiance. You're sick of being told to hide like a child. You wanna help. I could have done way better, but I don't know how. Try your hardest, but even with the full force of the defense squad, you can barely keep contained near the farms. Darting in around the battle, throwing rocks and making noise to keep the abomination's attention away from the rest of the colony. Its tentacles whip around, slapping the ground and knocking it into people, picking them up and throwing their helpless bodies like dolls, only to be crushed under its massive trunk like feet. Fields are littered with bodies of the fallen. Sweat stings your eyes, but you somehow stay on your feet. Others aren't so lucky. Solana, watch out, Com cries out, and you look up just in time to dodge the slap of a tentacle, tripping over a body and sprawling to the dirt yourself. Faceless makes a horrible noise from deep inside its craw, flecking you with spittle as your guts liquefy from the near mist. Close enough to feel the sick heat radiating off of it. Doesn't have a face, but you realize with horror that it sees you. A beam of a plas rifle arcs over your head, and the Faceless roars again and turns his terrible attention to Com. Scream and uselessly cover your head as it lumbers over you. Scramble to your feet, you see Com go flying through the air, lands a few feet away with a sickeningly wet crunch. Naomi cries in horror as she runs to Com's side, but it's too late. His body is bent at an unnatural angle, his eyes open and his face frozen in stupefied terror. He looks unreal, a wax mannequin. He's just gone, like that. Naomi lets out a primal scream of pain. See the thought ignite in her mind, contorting her face with ugly fury as she stands to launch herself at the Faceless again. Grab her arm and she yells at you in wordless rage before collapsing to her knees, throwing her body over Com's and sobbing like the scared teenager she is. You can only stand and watch. You hear a colossal cracking noise and look up to see the Faceless stumble towards the stratospheric. With a roar that shakes your very molecules, it loses its balance for the last time and falls onto the ship. Petal screams as the ship buckles and gives way. Whole pieces of the corridors swing sheer off as your home opens like a tin can, spilling its content into the square. Strato lurches, then collapses under the creature's weight. Abomination is slain, but as wails of grief join the whimpers of the dying, you have to wonder, at what cost? Council calls an all-colony meeting to face the aftermath of the attack. The oppressive gloom of Glow gather near engineering with the other survivors. It's one of the few buildings still standing. Corpse of the Faceless still sits in the caved-in wreckage of the stratospheric, spilling its flaccid pink tentacles from its horrible zipper-toothed maw. It's already beginning to stink. At least the governor survived. Governor Udicott takes the stage and thanks you personally for sounding the alarm. Because of your bravery, many lives were saved. She also acknowledges the bravery of the defense squad, citing their heroism and finally taking down the Faceless. Geoponics is gone, the greenhouse is destroyed, and fields trampled. With the loss of hydroponics, you'll inevitably have to start rationing what's left. The entire front half of the stratospheric has been destroyed. The living quarters, the canteen, the garrison, the lounge, even the creche. It's only by some stroke of luck that the hiding people in the creche weren't all killed. Governor Udicott solemnly reads the names of those who lost their lives. Too many. You all stand for a moment of silence. You feel the weight of loss like a blow to your chest. Nemi and her family cry out when her brother Calm's name is called. Their quiet sobbing continues through the silence. With the living quarters destroyed, everyone moves into the engineering wing for shelter. You're crowded into the classroom with the other families. The adults try to make it seem like a sleepover, but you're all still so shaken. Tammy doesn't return to the classroom. Little one's got out okay. She's still in medbay and will be for a while. Nemi cries about her brother and screams at anyone who tries to comfort her. Eventually, you just ignore her grief, as painful as it is to hear her sobbing at night. Gain status in mourning. Feel like you've been awake for days and you'll never fully sleep again. Try, but you keep jerking awake, crying out in fear. Eventually, fall asleep sitting up, held in your father's arms. Your sleep is fitful, but mercifully dreamless. I will give you all a once-over of what has happened. Everything's gone. Everything is destroyed. Literally every single building besides engineering is gone. In mourning, you're mourning the loss of a loved one. All skill increases reduced by 1 for 3 months. Some jobs and actions can't be performed. It's interesting, because normally that in mourning is because your mother died. But, now it's because of Calm. We will talk to everyone and work on this next stream. But for now, I believe that's where we'll end. I was waiting until we got to the next year and this happened. Also, we went an hour longer than I had planned to, actually. Actually, I had only meant to stream 4 hours, because last time I streamed, it seemed like I started getting tired at the 4 hours mark. And so I was going to end at 4 hours so I didn't exhaust myself, but 4 hours actually seems, or 5 hours seemed fine today. So I guess it's just on a day-by-day basis how long we'll stream. But so next stream, I'm not sure when it'll be. I believe it may be Wednesday. Maybe Wednesday, depending. If I'm feeling up to it and such, and if I don't have plans. One of my friends might be able to hang out like on Wednesday, so I might end up doing that. But I might end up streaming this again on Wednesday. Wednesday is also when The Wandering Village comes out. But I think if I stream again, I want it to be this first, and then like after that stream, maybe we can do The Wandering Village. I don't know. We'll see. I want to play those though. Let me check if there is anyone to raid. I did not expect Kyrie to still be going. But, Piku is streaming. I think we'll go raid Piku because they have a lot less viewers. And Karya has 43, so... We will go raid Piku, a VTuber friend of mine. She's playing Rumbleverse, which is that weird open world fighting game that's actually supposedly, like, good. Okay. I'll see you all sometime soon for more of this or Wandering Village. Bye-bye. Ah, wah, wah, wah. Bye, Sally and Jenny and Lynn and Abby and Shalal. Ah, wah, wah, wah. Bye, everyone.